It's a rainy night in ancient Rome. Water runs through the stone channels of the streets, slipping between the monuments that have stood there for generations. Above ground, the city feels controlled and ordered. Exactly as you would expect from the center of the most powerful empire in the world. But beneath it, something else is unfolding. In the dark, out of sight, a shadowy cult gathers. They leave no inscriptions, no official record, almost nothing that clearly identifies who they are or how they operate. And yet, within days, the most powerful man in Rome will be dead by their hand. You'd expect a mystery like that to be rare, but all across the Roman world, there are mysteries that we can't explain. Armies, tens of thousands strong, are sent into deserts and distant frontiers and are never properly accounted for again. Massive structures are built with construction techniques that even today we still don't understand. State secrets were guarded so tightly that even now, the truth behind them have been lost to time. In other cases, Roman artifacts and mysterious envoys begin to appear far beyond the limits of the empire, in places that no official records ever account for. Tonight, we're exploring a collection of the Roman Empire's most puzzling mysteries, each one the subject of decades of debate, investigation, and attempts to piece together what really happened. We'll look at the physical evidence, the surviving records, and the details that continue to leave these events unresolved. As always with our videos, the visuals are here to provide extra context, but they aren't necessary to enjoy the video. So whether you're watching closely, working, or just listening in the background as you drift off to sleep, consider this your companion for the night. Now settle in, get comfortable, and relax. And let's explore 4 hours of Roman mysteries we simply can't explain. Just south of the city of Rome, hidden within the crater of an extinct volcano, is Lake Nemi. The steep, heavily forested walls of the caldera block the wind, leaving the surface of the water looking like dark, polished glass. The ancient Romans called it Diana's Mirror, dedicating the surrounding woods to the goddess of the hunt. It is a very small lake, less than a mile across and completely landlocked. It has no rivers feeding it and no natural outlets, making it completely useless for trade routes or moving military supplies. Yet for hundreds of years, local fishermen working the lake reported strange occurrences. Their nets would frequently snag on massive wooden structures resting in the deep mud. When they managed to pull their nets free, they would sometimes drag up ornate copper fixtures, fragments of intricate marble floors, and heavy lead pipes. These odd catches fueled a persistent local legend that a massive treasure ship was hiding at the bottom of the crater. For a long time, the academic world dismissed these stories. The idea of a giant ship sailing in a tiny enclosed lake made no logical sense. But the stories never really went away, and over the centuries, a few people tried to look. In the mid-1400s, an architect named Leon Battista Alberti tried to explore the lakebed using heavy wooden barrels as makeshift diving bells. A century after that, an engineer named Francesco de Marchi strapped on a primitive, heavy diving suit and went down into the dark water. Both men returned to the surface with the exact same report. They had felt massive, expertly carved wooden beams resting in the silt. The legend was real, but the technology of their time was not advanced enough to bring anything to the surface. The ships stayed at the bottom. It was not until the late 1920s that the physical reality of the legend was finally exposed. A massive engineering project was launched to drain Lake Nemi. Instead of bringing in modern industrial pumps to push the water up and over the crater rim, the engineers did something far more interesting. They located a forgotten Roman drainage tunnel that had been carved straight through the solid rock of the caldera walls over 2,000 years ago. They cleared the ancient tunnel of debris, opened it up, and let gravity do the work. Over several years, the water level slowly receded. As the mud dried out, two absolute monsters appeared in the sunlight. These were not standard Roman cargo haulers or sleek military galleys. The scale of these vessels was staggering. The larger of the two ships measured 240 feet long and nearly 80 feet wide. They were roughly the size of modern ocean ferries, built on a lake barely large enough for them to turn around in. Archaeologists quickly figured out who built them by reading the stamps pressed into the lead plumbing pipes scattered across the decks. The ships were commissioned by the Emperor Caligula, who ruled Rome from 37 to 41 AD. Caligula is remembered for his extreme excess, and these vessels were the ultimate expression of his wealth. They were built to function as floating palaces and ceremonial temples. Reconstructions based on the debris show the main decks were covered in multicolored marble floors and detailed mosaics. They supported full-sized masonry buildings, complete with thick columns, heavy roof tiles, and wide courtyards. To protect the wood from the water, the outside of the hull was wrapped in sheets of lead held securely in place by thousands of copper nails. The luxury of the ships was impressive, but the real mystery was hiding under the floorboards. We know the Romans were masters of static engineering. They built aqueducts that still carry water today and bridges that still hold traffic. But the artifacts recovered from the Nemi mud revealed a mastery of moving parts and complex machines that completely breaks our timeline of human technology. Archaeologists uncovered complex piston pumps inside the hulls. These were highly efficient devices, utilizing valves and cylinders to clear water from the deep bilges and to supply the onboard plumbing networks. The ships featured a dedicated system for hot and cold running water, routing it directly into onboard bathhouses. The floors of these floating structures were heated from underneath, circulating hot air beneath the tiles, just like the most expensive land-based villas. They also found an advanced anchor. It featured a wooden shaft with a lead stock and an iron-sheathed moving arm, a highly efficient design that marine historians previously thought was not invented until the 1800s. Then came the biggest shock of the excavation. The mud preserved a series of wooden platforms fitted with rotating metal spheres and cylindrical rollers. These were functioning ball bearings and roller bearings. They were built with precise metal fittings and were likely designed to allow heavy statues or dining platforms to rotate smoothly with almost zero friction. Before this discovery, the history books stated that ball bearings were invented during the Renaissance, pointing to sketches drawn by Leonardo da Vinci over 1,000 years later. Finding them fully operational on a Roman barge from the 1st century changed everything we thought we knew about ancient mechanics. The engineers working for Caligula understood friction reduction and rotational physics on a highly sophisticated level. The ships did not get to stay on the surface for very long. In 41 AD, Caligula was assassinated by his own guards. The Roman Senate immediately moved to erase his legacy. They smashed his statues, removed his name from public buildings, and dismantled his monuments. The Nemi ships were caught in this political purge. Evidence from the wreck sites shows they were not sunk by a sudden storm or an accident. They were systematically stripped of their lightweight valuables, weighed down with heavy materials, and deliberately scuttled. They were sunk to the bottom of the crater lake to bury the toys of a disgraced ruler out of sight. The sinking of the ships makes perfect political sense. The true mystery that continues to bother historians is the complete disappearance of the technology they contained. The advanced machines found on the Nemi barges do not appear anywhere else in the Roman world in the centuries that followed. If the empire possessed the knowledge to manufacture working ball bearings and high-efficiency water pumps for an emperor's party boat, that same technology could have completely transformed Roman industry. Ball bearings could have been adapted for heavy transport carts or massive construction cranes. The piston pumps could have changed how they managed deep-vein mining operations across Europe. Instead, the knowledge vanished along with the ships. The Roman military and industrial machine, which was famous for adopting useful technology, completely ignored these mechanical breakthroughs. We do not know if this knowledge was closely guarded by a specific group of builders, kept as a proprietary secret, or simply dismissed by the government as a novelty reserved for imperial entertainment. When Caligula was murdered and his inner circle was dismantled, the blueprints and the minds behind these advanced machines were likely eliminated as well. The timeline of mechanical engineering experienced a severe disruption, and humanity spent the next 1,500 years trying to figure out how to build those exact same machines again. In the spring of 1917, workers were expanding a railway line near Porta Maggiore in Rome. As they dug into the earth to lay new tracks, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. The collapse opened a dark shaft leading deep into the bedrock of the city. When engineers lowered themselves down to inspect the damage, they did not find a collapsed sewer or an empty cave. Instead, roughly 40 feet below the modern street level, their lanterns illuminated the vaulted ceiling of a massive, heavily decorated underground building. The structure was laid out in the exact shape of a classical basilica. It featured a central nave, side aisles separated by thick pillars, and a curved apse at the far end. While public basilicas were built above ground for legal and business matters, this space was entirely hidden from the sun. Every inch of the ceilings and walls was covered in intricate white stucco reliefs. The artwork depicted scenes from Greek mythology involving the afterlife and the journey of the soul, including the poet Sappho leaping into the sea and the hero Ganymede being carried into the sky. Finding a building buried underground in Rome is common due to centuries of accumulated street debris. Archaeologists quickly realized this specific basilica had not sunk over time. It was intentionally constructed deep underground using a highly unusual engineering method. The architects built it entirely from the top down. They carved narrow, deep trenches into the solid earth in the exact layout of the walls and pillars. Then they poured Roman concrete directly into those dirt trenches and let it harden in place. Once the concrete skeleton was fully cured, the builders went in and manually excavated all the dirt trapped inside the walls. They essentially hollowed out the room, carved out the vaulted ceilings, and finally laid down a mosaic floor. Constructing a building this way is incredibly labor-intensive and structurally risky due to the threat of a roof collapse. The only practical reason to choose this top-down method is absolute secrecy. The builders needed to create a massive gathering space without anyone on the surface knowing a major construction project was taking place below their feet. When historians looked at the art and the timeline dating back to the 1st century around the reign of the Emperor Claudius, they realized this was the meeting place of a Neo-Pythagorean cult. These people followed the teachings of the ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras. Today, we mostly know him for his math theorems, but in the ancient world, his followers treated mathematics as a religion. They believed that the universe was built on sacred numbers and that human souls were trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. Their ultimate goal was to purify their souls through strict rules, like vegetarianism and studying the hidden geometry of the world, so they could finally escape the cycle of rebirth and reach the divine. The Roman government absolutely hated groups like this. The traditional Roman religion was very public. You made sacrifices at open-air temples so the state could see you were being a good, loyal citizen. A secret group of wealthy elites sneaking underground to perform foreign rituals in the dark looked highly suspicious. To the emperors, a secret religious meeting was just a cover for a political conspiracy. Practicing unauthorized magic or predicting the future was considered treason. This intense political paranoia explains why the cult went to such exhausting lengths to build their basilica completely out of sight. Because the cult took strict vows of silence, they never wrote down their rulebooks. But looking at the layout of the underground room gives us a good idea of what happened down there. Imagine stepping off the noisy, sunlit streets of ancient Rome and descending into absolute darkness, guided only by the flickering light of oil lamps. The air would have been cool and damp. At the entrance, there are remnants of water channels, suggesting members had to ritually wash and purify themselves before stepping onto the mosaic floor. Inside the main hall, the curved ceilings were likely designed for acoustics. The chanting and prayers of the members would have echoed and amplified off the stucco walls, creating a hypnotic atmosphere completely cut off from the city above. They would have gathered in the center nave to discuss the secrets of the universe, surrounded by artwork showing heroes rescuing souls from the underworld. The architecture and the artwork provide a clear picture of who used the space. But the real mystery of the Porta Maggiore Basilica lies in how it was found. When the railway workers first breached the ceiling in 1917, the room was not an empty cavern. The entire basilica, from the mosaic floor all the way up to the delicate stucco vaulted ceilings, was packed solid with dirt and clay. This was not a natural cave-in or the result of centuries of slow silting from groundwater. The soil was deliberately and carefully compacted into the space to fill it completely. Evidence suggests this massive effort to pack the building with dirt happened very shortly after it was finished. The white stucco reliefs on the walls show almost no signs of soot from oil lamps, meaning the cult barely had time to use their secret temple before it was decommissioned. Someone went to extraordinary lengths to hide the structure, bringing in tons of soil to fill a subterranean room that was already hidden 40 feet underground. The logistical effort required to move that much earth back down a narrow shaft is staggering. The identity of whoever ordered this burial remains one of the most debated aspects of the site. One leading theory involves direct intervention from the Roman state. Historical records show that a prominent Roman official named Titus Statilius Taurus owned the land above the basilica during the 1st century. He was falsely accused of practicing dark magic by the Empress Agrippina and was forced to commit suicide. It is highly probable the state discovered his secret underground temple and ordered it filled in to erase the cult's presence from the capital. Alternatively, the cult members themselves might have packed the room with earth to protect their sacred artwork from being desecrated by the authorities. The dirt that filled the basilica ultimately acted as a perfect preservative. It shielded the delicate stucco artwork from moisture and decay for nearly 2,000 years. Today, the space sits quiet beneath the rumbling trains of modern Rome, holding on to the secrets of a group that went to extreme lengths to stay hidden from the world above. Military campaigns in the ancient Mediterranean required more than securing supply lines and deploying troops. To the leaders of the early Roman Republic, warfare involved direct legal negotiations with the supernatural. The Romans viewed their gods as active participants on the battlefield. A fortified wall or a deep trench was only a secondary layer of defense. The primary shield protecting any settlement was the local deity residing within its temples. This belief system dictated that a city could never be conquered by force alone, as long as its patron god remained inside to defend the inhabitants. This understanding of warfare led to the development of a highly specific military ritual known as Evocatio. When a Roman army surrounded an enemy town, the commanding general did not immediately order his men to attack. First, he brought his elite priests to the front lines. Standing in the dirt outside the city gates, the general would formally address the patron god of the opposing settlement. He would offer a direct proposition. If the god agreed to abandon the enemy and allow the Romans to breach the walls, the Roman state would build them a brand new temple in the capital. The Romans also promised to host state-funded festivals in the deity's honor. The Roman military treated this as a binding legal contract. Once the ritual was completed, the soldiers moved forward with the absolute conviction that the enemy was now spiritually unprotected. This tactic proved highly effective for expanding Roman territory across the Italian peninsula. In 396 BC, the Roman commander Camillus utilized this exact method to conquer the wealthy Etruscan city of Veii. Before launching his final assault, he stood outside the gates and successfully summoned their protecting goddess, Juno. Following the Roman victory, the state kept its end of the bargain. A large temple dedicated to Juno was constructed on the Aventine Hill in Rome, physically integrating the newly acquired god into the Roman system. This method of aggressive spiritual expansion created a severe vulnerability for Rome itself. The mechanics of the Evocatio ritual were well known to rival nations. Any opposing army marching on Rome could theoretically set up camp outside the city and perform the exact same ceremony. They could offer Rome's patron god a more lucrative deal and strip the capital of its primary defense. However, performing the ritual required highly specific intelligence. The opposing general had to know the true, secret name of the city they were attacking, and they had to know the exact true name of the deity assigned to protect it. Without those two pieces of information, the summoning ritual would fail. To neutralize this threat, the Roman government initiated a permanent state-level cover-up. They classified the true name of their own city and the identity of its primary protecting god. The word Roma was utilized as a public decoy. It served as an administrative alias for managing trade and conducting foreign diplomacy. The actual name of the city was kept entirely off the books. It was treated as top-tier military intelligence, shared only among a very small circle of elite priests and high-ranking politicians who were bound by strict vows of secrecy. The identity of the guardian deity was hidden with the exact same level of security. The Roman Senate enforced this information blackout with extreme prejudice. During the 1st century BC, a prominent politician and scholar named Quintus Valerius Soranus crossed the line. The surviving historical accounts are somewhat fragmented regarding the exact details of his offense. Some records indicate he spoke the true name aloud during a public address. Other historians suggest he wrote down the identity of the hidden god in an academic manuscript. The response from the state was absolute. Soranus was executed for treason. His death served as a highly visible warning to the rest of the Roman elite. The message was unmistakable. Discussing the foundational security of the state carried an immediate death sentence. The execution of Soranus solidified the cover-up, and the political seal placed on the city's true name held firm. The effectiveness of this censorship is one of the most remarkable aspects of ancient history. The Roman civilization underwent centuries of extreme political upheaval. The Republic dissolved into an empire. The capital was eventually relocated to Constantinople, and the western territories fractured. Throughout all of this turmoil, the elite circle that held the secret never broke their silence. The individuals who knew the true name took the information to their graves. And so modern historians and archaeologists are left with a massive historical blank space. We have recovered millions of words from the Roman era. We possess their tax receipts, their private correspondence, and their highly detailed military logs. Yet, we do not have the actual name of their capital. Various scholars have proposed theories to fill the gap over the years. A popular suggestion is the name Amor, which is Roma spelled backward. Others have theorized it was Flora, tying into ancient fertility rites, or perhaps Angerona, a goddess specifically associated with the winter solstice. Despite extensive archaeological excavations and the translation of countless recovered texts, no definitive proof has ever surfaced. The most critical piece of military intelligence in the ancient world was successfully deleted from human history. Life on the edge of the Roman Empire was harsh, but the province of Britannia offered a few unique comforts. The town of Aquae Sulis, known today as Bath, featured a massive natural hot spring. It was a central hub for soldiers and local merchants to socialize, bathe, and worship the resident goddess Sulis Minerva. Visitors would undress, leave their belongings on stone benches, and lower themselves into the steaming water. Leaving personal items unguarded in a busy public bathhouse naturally attracted opportunistic thieves. If a bather stepped out of the water to find their cloak or a few silver coins missing, the local magistrates offered very little help. The victims had to seek justice outside the normal legal system. When modern archaeologists excavated the sacred spring, they found thousands of Roman coins thrown into the water as traditional offerings. Beneath the coins, buried deep in the mud, they uncovered something far more sinister. They pulled up over 130 small, tightly folded sheets of lead. Some of these metal squares were pierced through with heavy iron nails. Once conservators cleaned and unrolled them, they found the soft lead had been meticulously scratched with text. These were depictions, commonly known as curse tablets. The water of the spring was naturally murky and hot, creating a dense steam that hung over the complex, making it the perfect environment for an angry patron to slip an object into the water completely unnoticed. The writings on these tablets provide a very unfiltered look at the daily anxieties of the ancient working class. Instead of official state decrees, these are deeply personal contracts written directly to the goddess of the spring. The victims were asking her to inflict severe physical harm on the people who stole from them. The level of violence requested for minor inconveniences is startling. One tablet asks the deity to exact a penalty of blood from whoever stole a bathing tunic. Another demands that the thief lose their mind and their eyesight. Other curses dictate that the target be denied sleep and basic bodily functions until the stolen property is returned to the temple. The writers of these tablets treated magic as a formal legal proceeding. They formally transferred the ownership of the stolen goods to Sulis Minerva. Once the cloak or the coins officially belonged to the deity, the thief was no longer just a petty criminal. They were guilty of robbing a god. The curse then acted as a divine arrest warrant. The tablets outlined the terms of the punishment with bureaucratic precision, making sure to include stipulations covering the thief, whether they were slave or free, man or woman, just in case the victim did not know the exact identity of the culprit. This highly structured approach presents a significant historical puzzle. Aquae Sulis was located on the far western edge of the Roman world, a frontier province where general literacy rates were incredibly low. Yet the curse tablets are written in complex Latin, utilizing precise legal formulas and specific ritualistic formatting. Many of the texts are written backward, a technique known as boustrophedon, where the lines read right to left and then left to right. Sometimes the words themselves are completely scrambled. This was done deliberately to confuse any unauthorized human reader and bind the magic directly to the underworld. The sheer complexity of these documents raises questions about how ordinary bathers managed to draft them. Historians suspect the existence of professional curse scribes operating in the shadows of the bathhouse complex. These practitioners likely worked in the crowded porticos surrounding the baths, offering a very specific, highly illegal service to disgruntled locals. A victim would approach one of these individuals, pay a small fee, and dictate the crime. The anonymous scribe would translate that anger into the proper legalistic Latin, carve it into the lead, fold it shut, and drive a nail through it to seal the contract. The identities of these scribes remain completely unknown, but their influence over the local population was massive. The magic relied heavily on psychological warfare. If a thief stole a ring and later heard a rumor that a lead tablet had been dropped into the sacred spring regarding that exact item, the paranoia would be immediate. Every subsequent headache, illness, or run of bad luck would be attributed to the wrath of the goddess. The threat of divine retribution was often enough to force a secret return of the stolen goods. The lead scrolls were never meant to be read by the living once they sank to the bottom of the water. They were direct correspondence with the underworld, permanently sealing the grudges and everyday disputes of ordinary citizens in metal. The spring at Bath eventually swallowed over 100 of these dark contracts, preserving a record of ancient vengeance long after the people who wrote them were gone. The northern frontier of the Roman Empire was a bleak, damp place for a soldier stationed at the edge of the known world. By the early 2nd century, the province of Britannia was a heavily militarized zone, requiring a constant rotation of troops and supplies to maintain control over the local populations. Among the forces stationed, there was the 9th Legion, officially known as Legio IX Hispana. This was a highly decorated, veteran military unit with a long history of securing victories for the empire. They had fought in Spain, served under Julius Caesar in Gaul, and played a crucial role in the initial invasion of Britain in 43 AD. With over 5,000 heavily armed infantrymen, plus cavalry and support staff, the 9th was a massive, highly organized fighting machine. Around the year 120 AD, they were ordered to march north into the hostile territory of Caledonia, which encompasses modern-day Scotland. They crossed the frontier, ventured into the dense terrain, and completely dropped out of the imperial registry. To this day, the Roman records never mention them again. To understand how completely baffling this disappearance is, we have to look at the physical reality of a Roman legion on the move. A legion was a sprawling, noisy, and resource-heavy operation, 5,000 soldiers require an enormous logistical footprint. They were accompanied by thousands of pack animals, heavy wooden wagons loaded with grain, blacksmiths, combat engineers, and camp followers. The men themselves carried heavy loads, hauling their armor, weapons, tools, and rations on their backs. At the end of every day's march, the entire legion was required to halt and construct a fully fortified military camp, digging deep trenches and raising wooden palisades before they could rest. Moving this massive column through friendly territory was difficult enough. Moving it through the uncharted, heavily wooded, and boggy landscape of Caledonia was a severe logistical strain. The Roman military machine was designed to fight pitched battles on open, flat ground where their strict formations and disciplined shield walls could crush opposing infantry. The landscape of the Scottish Highlands offered the exact opposite environment. The terrain was broken, wet, and densely covered in forests, severely limiting visibility and rendering traditional Roman marching formations highly vulnerable to disruption. The local Caledonian tribes knew better than to line up in an open field against a fully equipped Roman legion. They utilized asymmetrical warfare, relying on their deep knowledge of the local geography to wear down the invading force. The tribes favored hit-and-run tactics, launching rapid ambushes from the tree line and immediately retreating into the fog and bogs before the Romans could organize a counterattack. A marching Roman column stretched out for miles along narrow, muddy tracks. This allowed native fighters to strike the vulnerable baggage trains at the rear or pick off scouting parties at the front without ever engaging the heavily armored core of the legion. The soldiers of the Ninth would have found themselves in a constant state of high alert. The psychological toll of marching through hostile woods, combined with the physical fatigue of constant rain and cold, would have severely degraded their fighting capacity. They would be bleeding resources and manpower with every mile they advanced into the highlands. If a coordinated massive ambush was launched in a narrow valley or a dense forest, the legion's discipline would have been tested against a highly mobile enemy attacking from all sides in an environment that heavily favored the defenders. A complete military disaster in the Scottish wilderness is the most famous theory for the legion's disappearance. However, this theory hits a major obstacle when examined through modern archaeology. If 5,000 Roman soldiers were slaughtered in a single location, they would leave behind a massive debris field. A battle of that scale deposits thousands of iron weapons, bronze armor fittings, discarded shields, hobnails from leather sandals, and eventually, mass graves. We have found exact locations like this in Germany, where the Roman military suffered a similar disaster at the Teutoburg forest. Metal detectors and soil analysis have mapped out the precise movements of doomed units in other parts of the empire. Yet, despite centuries of surveying and excavating across Scotland, researchers have found no definitive forensic battlefield evidence linked to the destruction of the Ninth Legion. A few scattered Roman artifacts have been found in the north, but nothing that indicates the final resting place of thousands of men and their equipment. The physical absence of a battlefield is just as puzzling as the sudden absence in the historical texts. This total lack of physical evidence has led historians to explore other explanations for the vanishing of the Ninth. One prominent theory is a highly effective, state-sponsored cover-up. Losing a veteran legion was a catastrophic public relations disaster for a ruling emperor. The Roman state might have decided to simply erase the unit from official documents rather than publicly admit a humiliating defeat at the hands of northern tribes. The administrative machine of Rome was entirely capable of deleting a legion's legacy to preserve the image of imperial invincibility. Another strong theory suggests the legion was never destroyed in Britain at all. Archaeological discoveries in the Netherlands, specifically near the Roman town of Nijmegen, have uncovered tile stamps bearing the name of the Ninth Legion. These stamps date to a period slightly after their supposed disappearance in Scotland. This physical evidence points to the possibility that the unit, or at least a large detachment of it, was reassigned out of Britannia and restationed on the European mainland to reinforce the Rhine frontier. From there, military historians theorize the legion was later moved to the eastern borders of the empire. They may have been wiped out during the massive Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea around 132 AD, or destroyed, fighting the Parthians in Armenia a few decades later. Roman administrative records from the eastern provinces during these specific conflicts are highly fragmented. This lack of complete paperwork could easily explain why the ultimate destruction of the unit was never clearly documented in the capital. A slow grinding down of the unit through multiple eastern campaigns might have led to its disbandment, leaving no single dramatic battle to record. The fate of the Ninth Legion remains a blank space in the military history of the Roman Empire. Shortly after the unit vanished from the records in Britain, the Emperor Hadrian visited the province. He surveyed the frontier and immediately ordered the construction of a massive, heavily fortified stone wall stretching entirely across the country. This monumental engineering project was designed to permanently separate Roman territory from the northern tribes. We do not know for sure if Hadrian's Wall was built as a direct military response to the total annihilation of the Ninth Legion in the Scottish bogs, whether they fell in the damp forests of Caledonia or met their end years later on the arid plains of the eastern frontier. The official imperial records simply closed the book on 5,000 men, leaving their final destination completely unverified. The year is 53 BC. Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of the wealthiest politicians in the Roman Republic, leads a massive force of 40,000 men into the arid plains of Carrhae, located near the modern border of Turkey and Syria. He is seeking military glory against the Parthian Empire, Rome's primary rival in the east. The campaign results in a complete disaster. The heavy Roman infantry designed for close-quarters combat is surrounded and systematically dismantled by highly mobile Parthian horse archers. Crassus is killed and his army is destroyed. But the violence of the battlefield did not claim every Roman soldier. Roughly 10,000 legionaries were taken alive as prisoners of war. In the ancient world, capturing an enemy force of that magnitude presented a massive logistical challenge. You have to feed them, guard them, and transport them. The Parthians were entirely practical. They recognized that 10,000 highly trained veteran infantrymen were a valuable military asset. Instead of executing them or holding them in Western prisons, where the Roman state might attempt a rescue, the Parthians marched their captives east. The physical reality of this journey is grim. These men, stripped of their Roman armor and unit standards, were marched on foot for over 1,500 miles across harsh deserts and rugged mountain ranges. Their final destination was the extreme eastern edge of the Parthian Empire, a region known as Margiana, located in modern-day Turkmenistan. The Parthian government stationed them there to act as frontier border guards against nomadic raiding tribes pushing in from the steppes. For the Roman Senate back in the capital, the story ended here. The men were written off as dead or permanently lost, as Rome had no diplomatic or military reach that far into Central Asia. For the captured soldiers, life continued. They adapted to their new environment, utilizing their strict military discipline to survive in a completely foreign landscape. The historical trail of these men goes cold for almost 2 decades. Then, in 36 BC, an entirely different empire records a highly unusual military encounter. Over 1,000 miles further east from Margiana, in what is now modern Kazakhstan, a Chinese Han Dynasty army was dispatched to deal with a rogue warlord of the Xiongnu nomadic confederation. The Han forces tracked the warlord to his fortress and laid siege to it at the Battle of Jiji. The official Chinese court historian, a man named Ban Gu, documented the campaign in detail. When he described the defensive tactics used by the mercenaries hired to protect the fortress, he noted something completely alien to Central Asian warfare. The historian wrote that the fortress was defended by a double wooden palisade. Outside the main gates, a group of infantrymen deployed in a highly organized, tightly packed formation. Bangu described them holding their large shields locked together in a pattern that looked like the overlapping scales of a fish. For military historians reading these texts centuries later, this detail stands out sharply. The standard method of warfare in the open steppes of Asia was based almost entirely on light cavalry and horse archers moving rapidly across the battlefield. A heavy, tightly packed infantry unit locking their shields together to form a defensive shell does not fit the local combat style. It does, however, perfectly describe the famous Roman testudo, or tortoise formation. It is the exact defensive tactic a stranded group of Roman legionaries would use to protect themselves from a barrage of arrows. The Han Chinese army ultimately breached the fortress and won the siege. They were highly impressed by the strict discipline and unique fighting style of these strange foreign mercenaries. Instead of executing them, the Chinese commanders took them prisoner and marched them even further east, deep into the heart of China. They resettled these veteran fighters in the Gansu province, placing them in a remote frontier outpost near the edge of the Gobi Desert. Their new job was to guard the Chinese borders against Tibetan raiders. The Han authorities gave this new settlement a highly specific name. They called it Liqian. In the geographic texts of the Han dynasty, Liqian was the exact term the Chinese used to describe the Roman Empire. For over 2,000 years, these men lived out their lives thousands of miles away from the Mediterranean, completely cut off from the empire that originally trained them. They married local women, farmed the land, and integrated into Chinese society. Today, the village of Zhelajai sits near the ancient ruins of Liqian. When modern researchers visited this remote farming community, they noticed physical traits that stood out heavily from the surrounding populations. Many of the local villagers have naturally blonde or light brown hair, green or blue eyes, and prominent facial features that look distinctly European. This visual anomaly sparked a massive scientific investigation. Geneticists arrived to take blood samples from the villagers to map their DNA. The results confirmed that a significant portion of the population in Zhelajai possesses Caucasian ancestry. This scientific reality ignited a fierce debate among historians and archaeologists. One group argues that this DNA is the direct, living legacy of Crassus's lost legion, providing physical proof that Roman soldiers successfully integrated into Han Dynasty China. They point to the chronological timeline, the fish scale shield tactics at the Battle of Jiji, and the specific naming of the town as overwhelming circumstantial evidence. The opposing side of the debate urges caution when interpreting the genetic data. The Gansu province sits directly on the ancient Silk Road. For centuries, this massive trade network served as a superhighway for merchants, diplomats, and travelers from all over the world, including Indo-Europeans and Central Asians. The Caucasian DNA found in the villagers could be the result of centuries of standard trade route mingling, rather than the isolated genetic footprint of a single Roman army. To definitively solve the mystery, archaeologists need physical proof from the ground. They need to excavate the soil around the village and pull up a Roman gladius, a rusted piece of legionary armor, or a coin minted with the face of a Roman Republic leader. Despite extensive excavations in the region, no definitive Roman military artifacts have been recovered to date. The story of Liqian relies heavily on piecing together fragmented military reports from entirely different continents and empires. The idea of a lost Roman legion fighting for the Han dynasty remains one of the most compelling geographic mysteries of the ancient world. The true fate of those 10,000 captured men is out there, buried somewhere beneath the shifting sands of the Silk Road. If you were to walk into a museum in Northern Europe today and look at the Roman artifacts on display, you would recognize almost everything. You would see iron swords, leather sandals, glass jugs, and ceramic bowls. The function of these objects is obvious. But in a few specific display cases, you will find something that looks completely alien. It is a metallic object that seems more like a component from a modern machine than an artifact from the ancient world. Since the 18th century, people have been digging these strange objects out of the dirt across Britain, France, and Germany. Over 100 of them have been recovered so far. They are known as Roman Dodecahedrons, and they represent a massive blank spot in our understanding of ancient daily life. The physical profile of the object is highly specific. It is a hollow geometric shape made of cast bronze. It features 12 flat faces, with each face shaped as a perfect pentagon. Cut directly into the center of every single flat side is a circular hole. These holes vary in diameter across the object, meaning the hole on the top might be significantly larger than the hole on the bottom. Finally, on the outside of the shape, right at the points where the corners meet, there are small, rounded bronze knobs. Most of the dodecahedrons found so far are small enough to fit comfortably in the palm of your hand, though a handful of larger examples have been unearthed. The manufacturing process tells us a lot about their value. These were not cheap, mass-produced trinkets stamped out for the common public. They were created using the lost wax casting technique. This required a highly skilled metal worker to carve a perfect wax model, encase it in clay, melt the wax out, and pour in molten bronze. It was an expensive, labor-intensive process. Whoever commissioned these objects had money, and the people making them possessed advanced metallurgical skills. The geographic footprint of the discoveries adds another layer to the puzzle. The Roman Empire covered a vast amount of territory, stretching from the deserts of North Africa to the borders of Scotland. You do not find these bronze shapes in Italy, Spain, or the eastern provinces. They are almost exclusively pulled from the soil in the colder northern fringes of the empire. They turn up in the ruins of military camps along the Rhine River, in the graves of wealthy individuals in Gaul, and buried alongside hoards of silver coins in rural Britain. Finding an unidentified object in an archaeological dig is a normal part of the process. Normally, historians simply cross-reference the physical item with the surviving historical records to figure out what it is. The Romans were obsessive record keepers. Their surviving documents cover almost every aspect of their society. We have texts written by Roman architects detailing exactly how to mix concrete. We have military logs recording the daily rations of soldiers. We even have the personal complaints of citizens carved into stone. When researchers look through the millions of surviving Roman documents for any mention of a 12-sided bronze object covered in knobs, they find absolutely nothing. The silence is total. There is no military requisition form requesting them. There is no merchant ledger pricing them. They do not appear in any surviving Roman mosaics, frescoes, or statues. The civilization that built them successfully kept their function entirely out of the written and artistic record. Without an instruction manual, modern science has spent decades trying to reverse engineer their purpose by looking at the physical evidence. The first logical assumption is that they were a practical tool. Many researchers propose they were complex surveying devices used by the Roman military to measure distances or align roads. To test this theory, engineers looked for standardization. If you build a tool to measure distance across an entire province, the tool needs to be exactly the same every time you manufacture it. The dodecahedrons fail this test. No two objects are the same size. The circular holes on the faces vary wildly from one object to the next, and the angles of the pentagons are often slightly irregular. They lack any unified metric system. Other practical theories suggested they were used as gauges to calibrate water pipes or test the size of coins. But when metallurgists examine the bronze under a microscope, they find zero evidence of wear and tear. There are no scratches around the holes, no heavy grooves on the metal, and no signs that these objects were ever subjected to the grinding friction of physical labor. Recently, a popular theory suggested they were used as specialized frames to knit gloves for soldiers stationed in the cold northern climates. While you can technically wrap yarn around the bronze knobs to knit a crude tube of fabric, the economics of the idea do not make sense. Carving a few wooden pegs would achieve the exact same result in an afternoon. Commissioning a master bronze smith to cast a highly complex geometric shape simply to knit a piece of winter clothing is a massive overinvestment of resources for a highly pragmatic society. Moving away from hard labor, some scholars suggest they functioned as information storage. A leading theory proposes they were astronomical calendars used to determine the optimal time to plant winter crops in the northern provinces. By holding the object up to the sun and observing how the light passed through a large hole and out a smaller hole, a farmer might be able to measure the changing angle of the sunlight. It sounds like a sophisticated solution. However, when researchers attempt to run the math across multiple different dodecahedrons, the theory falls apart. Because the overall dimensions and the hole sizes are completely random, you cannot establish a reliable baseline to measure solar angles. A calendar that gives a completely different date, depending on which bronze object you pick up, is entirely useless for agriculture. This leaves historians with a frustrating reality. The dodecahedrons were likely tied to religion, local culture, or social status. The fact that many of these objects have been found buried alongside hoards of silver coins proves their owners considered them highly valuable and worth hiding from thieves. They were often placed in the graves of wealthy women, indicating a strong personal or cultural attachment. In these northern provinces, Roman culture heavily mixed with the local traditions of the Celtic and Gallic tribes. The 12 sides of the object might represent the signs of the zodiac, serving as a tool for fortune-telling or astrology. The varying holes and knobs might have had specific mystical significance to a local cult that operated completely outside the official Roman state religion. Because these localized belief systems were rarely written down, the specific rituals associated with the objects died out with the people who practiced them. We are left staring at a physical riddle. Over 100 of these bronze shapes sit behind glass cases, representing a significant investment of ancient wealth and metallurgical skill. Whoever owned them valued them deeply. Whoever manufactured them followed a highly specific design template. The civilization that built them left behind the physical evidence, but managed to completely erase all context of their function. Standing on the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, you can observe a relentless battle between human engineering and the elements. Salt water is a highly destructive environmental force. It erodes solid rock cliffs and rapidly tears apart coastal barriers and modern shipping piers. When construction firms build on the water today, they typically use standard Portland cement reinforced with internal steel bars. These massive structures are assigned a strict lifespan. Within a few decades, the constant battering of the ocean waves combined with the corrosive nature of the salt forces the concrete into a state of decay. The salt water inevitably penetrates the porous surface of the material. Once the water reaches the internal steel framing, the metal begins to rust and expand. This expansion causes the surrounding concrete to crack and degrade from the inside out in a process known as spalling. Heavy maintenance is required just to keep these modern structures from collapsing into the surf. Scattered along that exact same Mediterranean coastline are massive stone piers and harbor walls built by Roman engineers over 2,000 years ago. These structures have taken the full physical force of the ocean waves every single day since the era of the early empire. Instead of crumbling into the water, they remain completely solid. The physical remnants of this ancient coastal infrastructure present a massive anomaly in modern material science. The Roman builders utilized a specific mixture that completely upends our understanding of how man-made materials interact with harsh natural environments. They built their harbors without steel reinforcement, yet their structures outlast modern engineering by centuries. The expansion of the Roman Republic into a vast intercontinental empire required a massive maritime supply chain. The capital relied entirely on constant shipments of grain from Egypt, along with goods from across the sea. Securing these vital trade routes required safe, deep-water harbors capable of sheltering heavy cargo fleets from seasonal storms. Building a harbor requires creating a stable, load-bearing foundation directly in the moving ocean. To accomplish this staggering logistical feat, the engineers developed a highly specific building material. The foundation of their maritime concrete relied on a unique volcanic ash known as pozzolana. The most prized deposits of this ash were sourced primarily from the Campi Flegrei region, an active volcanic zone near the Bay of Naples. The state organized the mining and shipping of this ash on an industrial scale, transporting heavy quantities across the empire to build their deep water ports. The construction process on the water was physically grueling and required extreme precision. The builders would first construct large, hollow wooden forms and lower them directly into the ocean at the harbor site. Next, they mixed the dry volcanic ash with quicklime, a material produced by superheating limestone in massive kilns. They did not use fresh water to bind the mixture. Instead, they incorporated the seawater right from the building site. This mixture was then packed tightly into the submerged wooden forms alongside large chunks of volcanic rock called tuff. The chemical reaction between the quicklime, the volcanic ash, and the seawater generated extreme thermal heat. This reaction baked the concrete into a solid mass right there in the surf, displacing the water within the wooden forms. The resulting structures served as the unbreakable foundations for bustling ancient ports. The defining feature of this ancient marine concrete is not just its initial durability. Modern scientists, analyzing core samples taken from these submerged Roman ruins, discovered a fascinating chemical anomaly. When standard modern concrete cracks, the damage represents a permanent structural failure. Water flows into the void and accelerates the destruction of the material. When Roman marine concrete cracks, the complete opposite sequence of events occurs. The material actually benefits from the structural damage. As the ocean water breaches the outer layers of the Roman concrete and flows into the tiny internal fissures, it acts as a chemical catalyst rather than a corrosive agent. The highly alkaline seawater dissolves the volcanic glass trapped within the original mixture. This specific chemical interaction triggers the growth of new, highly durable minerals. Deep inside the concrete, the mixture begins to form aluminum tobermorite crystals. These are rare, highly stable mineral formations that physically resemble tiny, interlocking plates. As the seawater continues to wash through the cracks over the decades and centuries, these crystals grow larger and multiply. They spread across the gaps, binding the separated pieces of concrete back together. The crystals effectively stitch the cracks closed, locking the structure into a tighter, more dense configuration. The longer the Roman concrete sits in the ocean, and the more seawater it absorbs, the structurally stronger it becomes. The Romans managed to create a self-healing material that uses the destructive force of the ocean to continuously reinforce itself. This discovery heavily disrupts modern material science. Concrete production is currently one of the leading causes of global carbon emissions due to the extreme heat required to bake limestone for Portland cement. The resulting modern material is highly prone to environmental degradation. The Roman method required significantly lower temperatures to produce and created a material that thrives in an environment that actively destroys our infrastructure. The major unknown surrounding this topic is how the ancient builders originally formulated this specific recipe. Modern science relies on electron microscopes and advanced chemical modeling to understand the crystallization process of aluminum tobermorite. The engineers of the Roman Republic had no access to advanced chemistry or an understanding of molecular binding. They operated purely on observation and highly practical field testing. Historians theorize the Romans might have observed natural geological processes taking place near volcanic islands. They perhaps noticed that volcanic ash falling into the seawater naturally cemented into highly durable rock formations. They then took that natural blueprint and reverse engineered it for their own coastal construction projects. The exact timeline of trial and error required to perfect the ratios of pozzolana, quicklime, and seawater remains completely undocumented. Despite having the base ingredients listed in ancient texts, modern material scientists are currently struggling to replicate the Roman formula at a commercial scale. Recreating the exact thermal dynamics and the specific chemical ratios that allow the concrete to self-heal in a modern laboratory has proven to be an enormous challenge. The precise technique utilized by the laborers on the ancient docks remains entirely elusive, leaving modern engineers to marvel at a chemical process they cannot yet reproduce. If you visit the British Museum and walk into the rooms displaying late Roman artifacts, you will eventually come across a highly ornate glass chalice. When the display case is lit from the outside, The cup looks as though it was carved from a piece of dull jade. The glass is an opaque, pea-green color, but if you walk to the other side of the case and look at the cup when a light shines from within it, the material undergoes a complete visual transformation. The thick green glass becomes fully translucent and glows with a deep, blood-red brilliance. This object is known as the Lycurgus Cup. Created by Roman craftsmen in the 4th century AD, it is a specific type of vessel called a diatraton, or a cage cup. The manufacturing process alone is staggering. The artisan started with a thick, solid blank of glass and painstakingly carved away the outer layer to leave a delicate, three-dimensional lattice of figures. These figures are attached to the inner body of the chalice only by tiny, fragile glass bridges. The carving depicts a brutal mythological story. King Lycurgus of Thrace is shown being trapped and entangled by the vines of ambrosia, a follower of the wine god Dionysus, as a punishment for his hostility toward the cult. The craftsmanship makes it an impressive piece of ancient art, but the true historical value lies in the optical trick of the glass itself. This color-shifting ability is a physical property called dichroism. For decades, the cup was treated simply as an artistic oddity. Art historians assumed the Roman glassmakers had somehow found a highly unusual batch of raw materials, or applied a unique, lost staining technique to the surface of the carving. Nobody understood the mechanics of how the glass could completely change its color profile, depending entirely on the position of a light source. The cup was passed down through centuries of private collections before eventually landing in the museum, still holding on to its secret. The answer was finally revealed in the 1990s. Researchers requested permission to examine tiny, broken fragments of the cup using advanced modern equipment. When they placed these shards under an electron microscope, they saw something that severely disrupted our understanding of ancient manufacturing. The Roman glass was not painted, and it was not stained. It was laced with microscopic metal particles. The craftsmen had mixed extremely precise amounts of gold and silver dust directly into the molten glass. These were not standard flakes of gold leaf. The metal had been ground down to roughly 50 nanometers in diameter. To put that scale into perspective, a single grain of salt is massive in comparison. These particles are less than 1,000th the size of a single grain of sand. This is the exact scale of modern nanotechnology. When light hits these microscopic metal particles suspended in the glass, the electrons in the metal begin to vibrate. This vibration alters the way the light passes through the material, absorbing specific colors and reflecting others. This process is called plasmonic resonance. Depending on where the light source is positioned, the physics of the metal dust dictate what the human eye sees. When light bounces off the front of the cup, the silver particles reflect the light, creating the opaque green appearance. When the light shines from behind and travels completely through the glass, the gold particles scatter the light, allowing only the longer red wavelengths to pass through to the viewer. The Romans had effectively manipulated the structural color of the material at an atomic level. This discovery immediately raised a massive historical problem. Ancient Roman glassmakers had absolutely no concept of atomic structures, electrons, or plasmonic resonance. They possessed no equipment capable of seeing or measuring anything on a nanometer scale. They were working entirely by eye in hot, soot-filled workshops. Yet, they successfully manufactured a material that modern science only learned to manipulate intentionally in the late 20th century. Historians and chemists had to reverse engineer the process to figure out how an ancient workshop achieved this without modern science. The leading theory points to a brilliant, highly fortunate accident. A master glassmaker was likely melting down a batch of cullet, which is recycled broken glass, to make a new piece. In the ancient world, workshops often used scrap metal, including old gold and silver coins, in their daily processes. A tiny amount of this metal dust likely contaminated the glass mixture during a routine melting phase. When the artisan cooled the glass and held it up to the fire, they noticed the sudden striking color shift. Being highly skilled craftsmen, they recognized the value of this optical effect and attempted to recreate it. Through extensive, grueling trial and error, they figured out the exact ratio of gold to silver and the precise temperature required to suspend the dust in the glass without melting it completely into a slag. They did not need to understand the physics of nanometers to know that adding a specific pinch of a finely ground powder created a highly lucrative visual effect. The exact formula was incredibly fragile. If the ratio of gold to silver was off by a fraction of a percent, the glass would come out a dull, muddy brown. Because the process was so difficult, only a handful of these dichroic objects have ever been found. The Lycurgus Cup is the only complete, perfectly preserved example in existence. The technique was so difficult to master and so reliant on precise, unwritten measurements that it was heavily localized. It was likely the proprietary secret of a single master workshop, perhaps operating in Alexandria or Rome. When the master glassmakers of that specific shop passed away, the recipe was lost with them. The Roman world produced vast amounts of glass for everyday use, from simple drinking vessels to large window panes. But sitting among those mundane artifacts is a cup that inadvertently harnesses the mechanics of modern quantum physics. The Lycurgus Cup stands as a physical record of ancient artisans pushing the absolute limits of their materials, stumbling into the atomic age centuries before the necessary science even existed to explain what they had created. The assassination of Julius Caesar is one of the most famous political events in human history. We usually hear about the grand speeches, the betrayal, and the fall of the Roman Republic. For this investigation, we are going to look strictly at the physical crime scene. On March 15th, 44 BC, the Roman Senate was meeting in a temporary hall attached to the massive theater of Pompey. Around noon, a group of over 60 conspirators surrounded the dictator. Within a matter of minutes, the attack was over. As panic set in, the remaining senators fled the building in terror. The assassins rushed out into the streets to proclaim their victory to the public, leaving the massive stone hall completely empty. For several hours, the most powerful man in the Mediterranean world was left entirely alone, bleeding out on the marble floor at the base of a statue of his former rival, Pompey. Eventually, 3 of his household slaves entered the deserted building. They brought a standard wooden litter, the kind of stretcher used for carrying people through the narrow city streets. They loaded the body onto the litter and began the long walk back to the imperial residence. Historical observers watching the procession noted that the makeshift stretcher was uneven. One of Caesar's arms hung down over the side, swaying with the motion of the slaves as they navigated the crowds. Once the body was returned to the estate, a Greek physician named Antistius was summoned to the house. In the ancient world, medicine was highly focused on treating the living. Doctors set broken bones, prescribed herbal remedies, and treated battle wounds on the front lines. The idea of carefully examining a murdered corpse to determine the exact mechanical cause of death was an entirely new concept. The actions Antistius took that afternoon are widely recognized by historians and medical professionals as the earliest recorded post-mortem examination in human history. Antistius approached the scene with cold, clinical detachment. He stripped away the heavy, blood-soaked purple toga to examine the bare skin. He began a methodical count of the damage, documenting the location and depth of every single cut. He recorded a total of 23 distinct stab wounds across the body. He also noted several defensive wounds on the arms and hands. This physical evidence indicated that Caesar fought back and attempted to grab the blades before being overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers pressing in on him. The details of the autopsy provide a stark contrast to the traditional image of a highly coordinated military strike. After mapping the injuries, Antistius determined that out of the 23 strikes, 22 were entirely non-fatal. They were shallow cuts, glancing blows, and superficial tears to the muscle. The physical evidence points directly to the amateur nature of the conspirators. The attackers consisted of wealthy politicians and administrators lacking professional assassination training. The autopsy outlines a chaotic, highly disorganized mob. The attackers crowded each other in a confined space, panicked by the magnitude of what they were doing, and swung their weapons wildly. Historical sources suggest the frenzy was so intense that several assassins accidentally stabbed one another in the confusion. They used the pugio, a standard Roman military dagger with a broad, leaf-shaped blade designed for close-quarters thrusting. Despite carrying highly effective weapons hidden under their togas, they failed to use them with any lethal efficiency. Antistius identified only a single fatal wound. He recorded that the second strike of the entire attack was the one that ended Caesar's life. This specific blade was driven directly into the chest, piercing the ribcage and severing a major blood vessel. Modern medical experts reviewing the ancient report suggest the blade likely punctured the aorta, leading to massive internal hemorrhaging and a rapid loss of blood pressure. The remaining 21 stabs were inflicted either as Caesar was collapsing or after he was already lying dead on the floor. The physician's report leaves us with a massive forensic puzzle. We have a clear medical timeline, but the specific sequence of the attack remains unknown. Historical accounts agree that a senator named Casca struck the first blow, landing a glancing cut on Caesar's shoulder from behind. We know that first strike was not the fatal one. Because the attackers swarmed him immediately afterward in a blind rush, the exact order of the remaining 22 blades is completely lost to history. We do not know whose hand held the weapon that delivered the second fatal strike to the chest. It could have been Brutus, the most famous of the conspirators. It could have been Cassius, the primary architect of the plot. It is equally likely that the killing blow was delivered by an unnamed, lower-ranking senator who simply managed to get close enough in the crush of bodies. The physical evidence from the autopsy cannot match a specific dagger to a specific wound, leaving the true identity of the actual killer completely unverified. Antistius shared his medical findings openly. His detailed autopsy report was handed over to Caesar's allies and later read publicly in the Roman Forum by Mark Antony. Hearing the clinical, precise breakdown of the 23 wounds completely shifted the mood of the city. The conspirators claimed they performed a noble act to save the state. The medical report exposed a brutal, disorganized attack by a panicked mob. The public realized this was a messy slaughter rather than a clean execution. The cold presentation of the physical facts stripped away the grand political theater. It reduced the most famous assassination in the ancient world down to a forensic timeline of blunt force trauma and blood loss. The medical record left behind by Antistius provides an unfiltered view of what actually happened on the Senate floor. It shifts our focus from the speeches and the betrayal directly onto the physical evidence of the crime. If you look at the traditional Roman state religion, everything happened out in the open. Huge marble temples sat in the center of the city, surrounded by sunlit courtyards, where thousands of people could gather to watch the priests perform public sacrifices. For a specific group of men serving in the Roman military, this highly public display was simply not enough. They sought out a completely different environment for their worship. Across the entire empire, from the arid deserts of Syria to the freezing borders of Hadrian's Wall, archaeologists continually find small, windowless rooms buried directly into the earth. These subterranean chambers are called Mithraea, and they were the private meeting places of the cult of Mithras. Stepping into one of these spaces meant leaving the loud, busy Roman world behind and descending into absolute, claustrophobic darkness. The origins of this hidden religion begin far outside Roman territory. Mithras was originally an ancient Persian deity associated with light, truth, and the breaking of dawn. When Roman legions campaigned in the east, they encountered this figure and brought the idea back with them. The Roman soldiers completely rebranded the mythology. They transformed Mithras from a traditional Eastern god into the center of a highly classified mystery cult. It quickly became the unofficial religion of the Roman military machine. Because soldiers were constantly transferred to different frontiers, the cult spread rapidly. Wherever a legion set up camp, the men would immediately dig into the ground or find a natural cavern to build their secret sanctuary. The layout of a Mithraeum is remarkably consistent no matter where it is found. They are narrow rectangular rooms designed to hold no more than 30 to 40 men at a time. The central aisle is flanked by raised stone benches where the initiates would recline during their meetings. At the far end of this tunnel-like room sits the focal point of the entire religion. It is a large, heavily carved stone relief depicting a young man wearing a distinct, pointed cap. He is shown physically subduing and slaughtering a massive bull. This central image is known as the Tauroctony, and it is the defining symbol of the cult, found at the end of every single underground temple. The carving is incredibly detailed. A dog and a snake are typically shown drinking the blood pouring from the bull's neck, while a scorpion attacks the animal from beneath. Often the tail of the bull is transforming into stalks of wheat. To the men in the room, this was not just a picture of an animal sacrifice. It was a depiction of the creation of the universe. They believed that by sacrificing the bull, Mithras released the life force necessary to create all plants and animals on Earth. The real mystery of these underground spaces is written directly into the alignment of the stone. Modern scholars eventually realized that the Tauroctony carving functions as a complex astronomical star map. The animals surrounding the bull correspond perfectly to specific star constellations. The dog represents Canis Minor, the snake is Hydra, the scorpion is Scorpio, and the bull itself is Taurus. The cape worn by Mithras is often shown billowing out behind him, carved with the stars of the night sky. Many of the temples feature intricate celestial alignments built directly into the architecture. The builders would carve precise shafts through the ceiling or walls to allow a single focused beam of sunlight or moonlight to strike the face of Mithras at very specific times of the year, such as the spring equinox. The leaders of the cult integrated the movement of the stars into their subterranean architecture to create a highly controlled theatrical environment. The men who filled these stone benches were primarily soldiers, merchants, and imperial bureaucrats. The religion was restricted entirely to men and operated as an exclusive brotherhood. The appeal for a Roman soldier was clear, since the cult offered a strict militaristic structure divided into 7 distinct tiers of initiation. A new member would start at the lowest rank, known as the Raven. If he proved himself, he could work his way up through higher levels like the Bride, the Soldier, the Lion, the Persian, and the Sunrunner. The highest rank overseeing the temple was the Father. Moving up this ladder required passing severe physical and psychological tests. Because the Brotherhood operated under an oath of absolute silence, they produced 0 internal written texts. They left behind no rule books or recorded prayers. We have to piece together their rituals from the physical evidence left in the dirt. Excavators have uncovered pits containing the burned bones of birds and pigs, alongside hundreds of discarded drinking cups. The initiation ceremonies clearly involved shared, ritually prepared meals that mirrored a mythological feast between Mithras and the sun god. Faint frescoes surviving on the walls of a few temples show initiates blindfolded, their hands bound, being seemingly threatened with swords by higher-ranking members. Outsider accounts from the era claim the men were subjected to extreme heat or forced into freezing water to break their resolve. The architecture was built specifically to amplify these stressors. The close stone walls trapped the smoke from the oil lamps and incense, echoing the chanting and creating an intense, sensory-deprived atmosphere. Despite having temples scattered across the entire known world, the cult eventually vanished. Because they strictly excluded women and kept their numbers intentionally small, they could not compete with the rapid spread of early Christianity, which openly welcomed everyone. By the 4th century, the Roman state officially backed the Christian church, and the secretive Brotherhood of Mithras was targeted for destruction. Rival religious groups actively sought out these underground temples, smashing the intricate carvings of the bull and filling the narrow caverns with dirt and rubble. They often built new churches directly on top of the buried sanctuaries to ensure the old gods were forgotten. Today, when archaeologists clear away the debris, they find a perfectly preserved snapshot of a forgotten brotherhood. Right beneath the heavy traffic of modern Rome, separated from the noise and the sunlight by thick layers of asphalt and earth, sits a massive piece of infrastructure that predates the Republic. It is a harsh, damp environment, constructed entirely of heavy stone and brick. This is the Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer of Rome. It serves as an active water channel running directly beneath the Roman Forum, eventually emptying out into the Tiber River. It is one of the oldest functioning engineering projects on Earth. To understand how this subterranean network came to exist, we have to look back to the 6th century BC. During this era, Rome was not a sprawling metropolis of marble monuments. It was a collection of rough, hilltop villages looking down on a central valley. That valley was a malaria-ridden marshland fed by natural springs and frequent flooding from the Tiber. The early rulers of the city, known as the Tarquin kings, realized they needed a dry, central meeting place to unify the hill settlements. To achieve this, they had to drain the swamp. They deployed massive teams of laborers to dig a wide, open-air canal right through the center of the valley. The workers lined the trench with massive blocks of volcanic stone, fitting them together tightly without the use of mortar. The canal successfully diverted the water away from the valley floor, drying out the earth and creating the space that would eventually become the Roman Forum. Over the centuries, as the city expanded and the street levels artificially rose from constant rebuilding, the open trench became an obstacle. Roman engineers eventually vaulted the entire canal with heavy stone arches, burying the water channel entirely underground. During the height of the empire, the Cloaca Maxima became the backbone of the city's sanitation grid. The network was continuously expanded to flush away the massive volumes of runoff generated by the public bathhouses, the imperial palaces, and the street drains. Maintaining this underground artery was a highly dangerous job. Laborers had to navigate the primary tunnels in small boats to clear blockages in absolute darkness. The water levels fluctuated unpredictably with the tides of the river, and the air was thick with the smell of urban decay. Today, the main channel of the sewer is well documented. City workers still access certain sections to monitor the water flow. The real mystery of the Cloaca Maxima lies in the fact that it is not a single, straightforward pipe. It is a sprawling, chaotic labyrinth of side channels, ancient interceptor drains, and hidden access chambers that branch off from the main artery in every direction. As soon as you step away from the primary tunnel, the modern map simply goes blank. Exploring these side tunnels physically is completely out of the question. Over 2 millennia of urban buildup have structurally compromised many of the smaller brick vaults. A large portion of the network is entirely flooded with stagnant groundwater. Sections that are not underwater are completely blocked by mountains of compacted silt, collapsed masonry, and hardened calcium deposits. The air in these sealed chambers is highly toxic. It is heavily concentrated with methane gas and hydrogen sulfide, creating an environment that is lethal to human explorers within minutes. To bypass these physical hazards, archaeologists and structural engineers have attempted to map the hidden network using modern scanning equipment. They have deployed ground-penetrating radar from the streets above and lowered remote-controlled rovers equipped with sonar and high-definition cameras into the access shafts. The subterranean environment completely defeats the technology. The radar signals cannot penetrate the dense, chaotic layers of ancient Roman concrete, heavy travertine blocks, and modern utilities stacked above the tunnels. When engineers send tethered robots down into the flooded pipes, the machines encounter immediate problems. The muddy water instantly blinds the optical cameras. Sonar mapping is heavily distorted by the irregular, crumbling brickwork of the ancient walls. The physical tethers frequently snag on jagged rocks or hidden corners, forcing the operators to abandon the equipment in the dark. The dense physical reality of the ancient labyrinth simply rejects every modern attempt to map it. Because the scanning technology fails, we have no idea how far the secondary channels extend beneath the hills of Rome. This lack of a complete map is highly frustrating for archaeologists because the sewer acted as a massive disposal system for the ancient city. For over 2,000 years, the runoff from Rome carried an incredible amount of material down into the darkness. when a citizen lost a gold ring in a public bath, or an assassin dropped a weapon down a street grate, or an emperor ordered the statues of a political rival smashed and thrown away, that material washed directly into the Cloaca Maxima. While the main channel has been repeatedly flushed out by the river over the centuries, the blocked side tunnels have acted as sealed time capsules. Massive amounts of discarded historical artifacts are likely still down there, permanently trapped in the deep anaerobic mud of the unmapped tributaries. The exact layout of the entire network and the vast collection of artifacts, sealed within its blocked arteries, remain locked completely out of our reach. If you look at modern satellite imagery of southwestern Libya, you see a vast, unbroken expanse of sand, gravel, and rock. It is one of the driest, most hostile environments on Earth, where summer temperatures regularly exceed 120 degrees. For a long time, historians believed this region of the deep Sahara Desert was always a barren wasteland, completely incapable of supporting large-scale, permanent human settlement. When archaeologists began using deep penetrating radar from space to look beneath the dunes, the images returned something baffling. The desert floor is covered in perfectly straight lines, stretching for hundreds of miles across the landscape. These lines connect the ruins of massive stone fortresses, sprawling urban centers, and precise geometric agricultural grids. The satellites expose the footprint of a forgotten empire known as the Garamantes. During the era of the Roman Empire, the legions controlled the Mediterranean coast of North Africa. The Romans occasionally clashed with the Garamantes, writing about them in their military logs. In 19 BC, a Roman general named Lucius Cornelius Balbus even led a punitive expedition deep into the desert to attack them. Despite seeing their settlements firsthand, classical Roman historians largely dismissed the Garamantes as a loose collection of nomadic desert raiders. They recorded them as a primitive people living in tents, surviving on whatever they could scavenge from the harsh terrain. This official Roman narrative became the accepted history for centuries. The physical evidence uncovered by modern excavations proves the Romans were completely wrong. The Garamantes were actually a highly advanced, settled civilization. They built a sprawling capital city called Garama, complete with defensive walls, civic buildings, and thousands of permanent residents. They constructed elaborate tombs and public baths, mimicking the luxury of coastal cities. More importantly, they cultivated huge tracts of land, growing wheat, grapes, olives, and figs in the middle of a landscape that sees almost zero annual rainfall. To pull off this massive agricultural feat, they did not rely on surface rivers or seasonal rains. They looked entirely downward. Beneath the Sahara Desert sits a massive reservoir of ancient water. This liquid was trapped deep underground tens of thousands of years ago, when the region was a lush green savanna. The Garamantes figured out how to reach this fossil aquifer and bring it to the surface. They engineered a vast subterranean irrigation system using underground tunnels known as fogaras. The construction process relied entirely on sheer physical labor and a highly sophisticated understanding of local geology. The builders would first locate the hidden water table, usually near the base of a rocky ridge or a mountain. They then dug a slightly sloped, horizontal tunnel for miles through the subterranean bedrock. This precise, gentle slope utilized gravity to direct the water from the deep aquifer out to their desert farms, to keep the air flowing for the workers, and to provide a way to remove the excavated rock. They dug vertical access shafts every 30 to 40 feet along the entire length of the tunnel route. When you look at those perfectly straight lines on the satellite imagery today, you are actually seeing the weathered debris mounds surrounding thousands of these vertical shafts. The Garamantes carved over 3,000 miles of these subterranean channels entirely by hand. They achieved this without the use of Roman concrete, heavy steel tools, or modern surveying equipment. The physical effort required to move millions of tons of rock and sand out of narrow, dark shafts is staggering. Men had to crawl through tight, unlit tunnels, chipping away at the bedrock and passing baskets of debris back to the surface. It was highly dangerous, claustrophobic work, constantly threatened by the risk of a cave-in. Yet, this incredibly labor-intensive water network allowed them to build a thriving oasis empire that lasted for over 1,000 years. With a highly stable food supply secured by their underground plumbing, the Garamantes became the undisputed masters of Saharan trade. They operated as the crucial middlemen of the ancient world. They controlled the incredibly harsh caravan routes, connecting the Roman ports on the Mediterranean to the deep interior of the African continent. They traded salt, semi-precious stones like carnelian, and exotic goods with the Roman merchants in exchange for wine, fine pottery, and olive oil. Despite their economic dominance, the full extent of their trade network remains a major historical blank space. Because the deep interior of the Sahara is so difficult and dangerous to excavate today, we do not know exactly how far south their influence actually reached. We do not fully understand how their society was structured politically or how they managed the massive labor force required to maintain the water tunnels. They left behind a unique geometric alphabet etched into the desert rocks, but researchers have only partially deciphered it. Without a translated historical record of their own, their internal history and cultural beliefs remain largely unread. The ultimate fate of the Garamantes was not decided by a Roman invasion or a catastrophic regional war. They were defeated by a slow, relentless environmental shift. Fossil water aquifers are not replenished by rainfall. They are a strictly finite resource. Over centuries of intensive farming and continuous urban expansion, the water table steadily dropped. The Garamantes were forced to dig their horizontal tunnels deeper and deeper into the earth just to maintain the flow of water. Eventually, the engineering could no longer keep up with the changing environment. The water simply ran out. The exact timeline of this societal collapse is still debated by archaeologists, but the physical reality of the end is clear. Without their subterranean water supply, the crops failed, the trade routes dried up, and the cities were slowly abandoned. The desert sands blew in and buried their capital, covering the physical evidence of their incredible engineering. The Sahara reclaimed the land, hiding the sprawling cities of the Garamantes until modern technology finally allowed us to look beneath the surface. When the Roman Republic faced complete collapse, the Senate did not just rely on emergency taxes or redirecting legions. If a strange plague swept through the capital or a foreign army threatened to breach the walls, the political elite turned to a highly secure underground vault. Deep beneath the massive temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, rested a heavy stone chest. Inside that chest were 3 scrolls, written in cryptic Greek hexameter. These were the Sibylline books. They represented the absolute highest level of classified intelligence in the ancient Mediterranean world. They were completely off limits to the public, the military, and even the vast majority of politicians. The Roman state treated these texts with a level of security designed to prevent any unauthorized eyes from ever seeing the words written on the parchment. To understand why these scrolls were locked down with such intensity, we have to look at the bizarre history of how Rome acquired them. The historical record states that an old woman arrived in the city during the reign of Tarquinius Superbus, the final king of Rome. She was the Cumaean Sibyl, a famous prophetess from the Greek colonies in southern Italy. She offered to sell the king 9 books of divine prophecy for a massive sum of gold. The king laughed at the exorbitant price and refused the offer. The Sibyl immediately threw 3 of the books into a fire and offered the remaining 6 for the exact same price. The king refused again. She threw 3 more into the flames. Before she could destroy the final 3 scrolls, the king panicked. He consulted his religious advisors and quickly paid the original asking price to secure the remaining texts. Rome had the prophecies, but they had permanently lost 2/3 of the knowledge. After the monarchy fell and the Republic took power, the Senate took direct control of the vault. They created a highly restricted committee known as the Quindecimviri, a group of 15 men appointed for life. Their sole responsibility was to guard, read, and interpret the Sibylline books. The Senate only authorized this committee to open the stone chest during moments of extreme state crisis. If it rained rocks from the sky, if crops failed across the peninsula, or if an enemy force annihilated a Roman army, the Senate would issue a formal decree. Only then would the 15 men descend into the dark vault beneath the temple to consult the prophecies. The true mystery of the Sibylline books is rooted in severe state censorship. We have detailed historical records showing exactly when the books were consulted, but we do not know what the original text actually said. When the committee emerged from the vault, they never read the prophecy aloud to the Senate or the public. They only announced the specific ritual required to fix the crisis. The state heavily filtered the information to control public panic. The text itself was completely obscured. Controlling the word of the gods offered massive political power. By keeping the text classified, the Senate could authorize extreme, unprecedented actions and claim they were simply following divine instructions. The public had to accept the solution without ever seeing the source material. The rituals demanded by these censored texts were often highly disruptive. Sometimes the books simply requested the introduction of a new foreign god into the Roman pantheon, or the hosting of a massive public banquet to appease the heavens. But during moments of supreme terror, the solutions became incredibly dark. In 216 BC, the Carthaginian general Hannibal wiped out tens of thousands of Roman soldiers at the Battle of Cannae. The city was gripped by absolute panic, expecting Hannibal to march on the gates at any moment. The Senate ordered the vault open. The resulting instruction required an act the Romans publicly claimed to despise. They were ordered to perform human sacrifice. Following the supposed instructions of the Sibylline texts, the state took 2 Gauls and 2 Greeks and buried them alive under the dirt in the Forum Boarium, a busy commercial market in the center of the city. Because the text was entirely classified, historians cannot verify if the Cumaean Sibyl actually wrote down instructions for human sacrifice. It is entirely possible the Senate invented the divine order to shock a terrified population into a state of rigid, unified discipline. The political leaders used the secrecy of the vault to manipulate the psychological response to massive disasters. The exact wording of the prophecies remains entirely unknown because the physical evidence was ultimately destroyed. In 83 BC, a massive fire gutted the Temple of Jupiter, burning the underground vault and reducing the original 3 scrolls to ash. The Senate eventually sent envoys across the Mediterranean to collect replacement prophecies from other temples. But the original texts, purchased by the kings, were permanently erased. The specific cryptic verses that guided the Roman Republic through its darkest days vanished completely, leaving us with a clear record of the brutal solutions, but zero trace of the actual words. Changing emperors in ancient Rome wasn't always about massive armies clashing on a battlefield. Sometimes the most brutal shifts in power happened quietly, right inside the dining rooms of the imperial palaces. A formal Roman banquet was a stunning display of wealth. You would see exotic spices brought all the way from India, rare meats, and the finest wines. But eating at the emperor's table was also incredibly dangerous. The emperor had to completely trust the people preparing his meals. This vulnerability turned the palace kitchens into a deadly battleground where political rivals were eliminated using nothing more than leaves, roots, and mushrooms. The undisputed master of this dark art was a woman named Locusta. She came from the province of Gaul, bringing with her a deep, almost frightening knowledge of wild plants and natural extracts. She wasn't a shadow assassin hiding in the alleys of Rome. She was essentially on the government payroll, hired directly by the highest-ranking members of the imperial family. The Empress Agrippina specifically brought Locusta in to secure the throne for her son, Nero. But poisoning an emperor was an enormous logistical nightmare. The palace employed a specialized group of slaves known as food tasters. Their entire job was to eat a piece of every dish and take a sip from every cup before the emperor was allowed to touch it. If a meal was laced with a standard fast-acting poison, the taster would collapse, the emperor would survive, and the kitchen staff would be executed immediately. To get past this strict security wall, Locusta had to manipulate time. In 54 AD, Agrippina gave the order to eliminate her husband, the Emperor Claudius. Claudius was known to love wild mushrooms, a very common delicacy for wealthy Romans. Locusta prepared a beautiful dish of fungi, carefully lacing it with a highly specific mixture of toxic plants. Modern experts looking at the historical symptoms believe she relied heavily on the deathcap mushroom, possibly mixed with a precise pinch of a deadly flower called wolfsbane. The terrifying thing about the deathcap is how it tricks the body. The toxins inside it don't burn your throat or upset your stomach right away. They taste perfectly normal and pass through the digestive system without raising any immediate alarms. This delayed reaction was exactly what Locusta needed to bypass the imperial taster. The food taster took a bite of the mushroom dish, swallowed it, and stood there waiting. Because these specific toxins take several hours to bind to the liver and start causing damage, the taster felt absolutely fine. The dish was declared completely safe and handed over to Claudius, who happily finished the meal. Hours later, the trap finally sprang closed. The emperor suffered severe abdominal pain, dehydration, and a rapid physical collapse. The poison worked by quietly shutting down his internal organs one by one. Historical accounts mention a brief moment of panic when Claudius's personal doctor rushed in to help him vomit, but the doctor was actually in on the plot. He reportedly used a feather dipped in a completely different, fast-acting poison to sweep the back of the emperor's throat, speeding up the process and making sure Claudius did not survive the night. After Claudius died and Nero took power, Locusta's life changed dramatically. She went from being a secret operative to holding an official, highly funded government position. Nero recognized just how valuable her knowledge was to his own survival. He gave her a large country estate, a massive allowance, and access to the global trade networks of the empire. She could order any rare toxic plant she wanted from North Africa or the Middle East. Even more chilling, the Roman state supplied her with live human test subjects. Locusta was allowed to run a state-sponsored laboratory using convicted criminals to test her recipes. She carefully measured exactly how many drops of hemlock, nightshade, or crushed fruit pits were needed to get a specific result. She took detailed notes on the physical symptoms, figuring out which plant extracts caused an immediate reaction and which ones created a slow, unnoticeable decline. Nero put this chilling research to use almost immediately to get rid of his teenage stepbrother, Britannicus, who was a potential threat to his crown. Because Britannicus also used a dedicated food taster, Locusta had to get creative again. She designed a brilliant two-step method relying on temperature. During a large banquet, the taster was handed a harmless cup of hot broth. He drank a sip, confirmed it was not poisoned, but mentioned the liquid was simply too hot to drink comfortably. A servant then stepped forward and poured a splash of cold water into the cup to cool it down. That seemingly innocent splash of cold water contained a massive, highly concentrated dose of a rapid neurotoxin, likely refined from Locusta's dark experiments on the prisoners. Britannicus drank the cooled broth and collapsed instantly right there at the dining table, suffering respiratory failure in front of the entire terrified court. We will probably never know the full list of political rivals and enemies eliminated by Locusta during her career. Her time as the untouchable imperial poisoner ended the moment Nero lost power and took his own life. The emperor who replaced him, Galba, viewed her as an extreme security threat. She knew too much, and her skills were simply too dangerous to leave unchecked. Galba ordered her immediate arrest. She was paraded through the streets of Rome and executed, which permanently shut down the state's most lethal botanical laboratory. When she died, her meticulous research died with her. Her notebooks on dosage control, exact extraction methods, and the precise lethality of hundreds of plants were likely destroyed by the new administration. Today, modern historians and forensic experts are left to work backward. They have to reconstruct her deadly recipes by reading the ancient descriptions of the medical symptoms suffered by the people she was paid to remove. The precise chemistry of the first century's most dangerous woman remains a mystery, hidden in the shadows of the imperial kitchens. In the year 19 AD, the most popular man in the Roman Empire was stationed far from the capital, operating in the bustling eastern city of Antioch. His name was Germanicus. To the Roman public, he was an absolute celebrity and a highly decorated military hero. He earned his reputation by leading legions deep into the dark forests of northern Europe to avenge one of Rome's greatest military disasters. He successfully tracked down the lost legionary eagles that had been captured by Germanic tribes years earlier, bringing honor back to the state. Because of his massive popularity and his direct bloodline to the first emperor, Augustus, he was widely considered the natural heir to the current ruler, Emperor Tiberius. Popularity in the ancient world often placed a large target on your back. Tiberius was a highly suspicious ruler who preferred isolation and viewed the young, charismatic general as a massive political threat. To keep Germanicus away from the adoring crowds in Rome, the emperor sent him to the eastern provinces with sweeping powers to settle border disputes and negotiate treaties. To keep a close eye on his movements, Tiberius also appointed a harsh, stubborn politician named Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso as the governor of nearby Syria. Piso was deeply loyal to Tiberius and resented taking orders from a younger man. The two men clashed the moment they met. Their relationship was highly toxic, defined by public shouting matches, military insubordination, and deep mutual hatred. Antioch was a wealthy, vibrant city sitting at the crossroads of major trade routes, but it was also a place where political maneuvering was a constant threat. Right in the middle of this intense standoff with the governor, the highly active 33-year-old general suddenly collapsed. Germanicus did not fall on a battlefield or suffer a wound in combat. He was confined to his bed, struck by a severe, agonizing illness that seemed to come out of nowhere. He suffered from intense, cycling fevers, rapid physical wasting, and extreme stomach pains. As his condition worsened over several weeks, the atmosphere inside his household turned to pure paranoia. Germanicus became completely convinced that he was not suffering from a random disease. He believed Piso was actively murdering him and ordered his loyal staff to search his living quarters for proof. What his servants found hidden in the architecture of the house turned a medical crisis into a scene of psychological horror. When the staff pried up the floorboards and pulled away sections of the plaster walls, they discovered a collection of terrifying objects buried in the masonry. They found small lead tablets scratched with dark curses, specifically naming Germanicus and binding him to the gods of the underworld. Alongside these metal scrolls were half-burned human remains, pieces of bone and ashes smeared with blood. In the highly superstitious culture of ancient Rome, finding black magic artifacts sealed inside your own bedroom walls was a devastating mental blow. It confirmed the general's worst fears and proved that his inner sanctum was completely compromised. Someone had bypassed his personal security guards, infiltrated his home, and planted these objects to guarantee his death. Convinced of his impending doom, Germanicus formally renounced his friendship with Piso and ordered the governor to leave the province immediately. He died shortly after, leaving his fiercely loyal wife, Agrippina the Elder, to manage the immediate fallout and protect their children from further attacks. The historical records written by Roman historians claim Germanicus was assassinated via poison, orchestrated by Piso, and potentially authorized by Emperor Tiberius himself. Modern forensic investigators and medical historians have looked back at the symptoms to evaluate this serious claim. Heavy metal poisoning using substances like arsenic or lead was a known method of political elimination in the ancient world. Arsenic poisoning causes severe abdominal cramping, vomiting, and a rapid decline in health, which matches several of the general's documented physical symptoms. The dark magic artifacts found in the walls show a clear intent to cause harm, proving that his enemies were actively working against him and utilizing severe psychological warfare to break his spirit. There is a very strong alternative explanation rooted in ancient epidemiology that removes the need for a targeted poisoner. Antioch was located in a hot, marshy region of the eastern Mediterranean, surrounded by stagnant water. This specific environment was the perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes, carrying severe strains of malaria. The Romans had no concept of microscopic parasites or insect-borne illnesses, usually blaming sickness on invisible vapors rising from the swamps. A specific type of the disease caused by the Plasmodium falciparum parasite was heavily endemic to the area. This particular strain of malaria is highly aggressive. It causes extreme fevers that spike and break in cycles, profuse sweating, and eventually total organ failure. For a Roman general exhausted from years of continuous travel and high-stress military commands, contracting a severe case of Syrian malaria would be a highly probable and completely natural death sentence. The physical evidence leaves historians with a blurred line between a targeted biological assassination and a naturally occurring illness. It is entirely possible that Germanicus contracted a lethal case of malaria on his own, and his political enemies simply capitalized on his weakened state. By planting the curse tablets and human remains in his walls, Piso or his agents could have triggered a massive psychological collapse. The sheer fear alone, combined with a failing body, would have been enough to finish the job without ever needing to slip a physical toxin into his food. The fallout from the death of Germanicus shook the entire empire to its core. His widow Agrippina gathered his ashes and sailed back to Italy, arriving to crowds of weeping citizens who lined the streets and harbors in absolute shock. The Roman public mourned him openly, viewing him as a stolen future, and immediately demanded justice for his killers. Tiberius handled the situation incredibly poorly, refusing to attend the public funeral and remaining hidden inside his palace on the Palatine Hill. This cold reaction from the emperor only fueled the conspiracy theories, leading the public to firmly believe that the state was directly involved in the murder of their favorite hero. To calm the growing civil unrest, Piso was recalled to Rome to stand trial for the murder of the general before the Senate. The trial was a massive public spectacle designed to give the illusion of justice, but it never reached a formal verdict. Before he could take the stand to defend himself or potentially implicate the emperor in the plot, Piso was found dead in his home with his throat cut. The official state report claimed he took his own life out of guilt and despair over the accusations. The timing of his suicide was incredibly convenient for the political elite who wanted the scandal to disappear. With Piso dead, the investigation was abruptly closed, leaving us with a forensic timeline of a failing body, dark artifacts pulled from a wall, and a massive political cover-up. In the 2nd century, the world was anchored by two massive empires sitting thousands of miles apart. Over in the west, Rome controlled a vast network of stone roads, busy ports, and heavily guarded borders. Far across the map in the east, the Han dynasty ruled a highly advanced Chinese state with enormous armies and a complex government. These two global powers definitely knew about each other. Wealthy Romans spent absolute fortunes importing Chinese silk to wear around the capital, while ancient Chinese writers described Rome as a wealthy, utopian mirror of their own society. Despite this mutual fascination, a massive physical barrier kept them from ever actually meeting. The harsh deserts of Central Asia and the highly aggressive Parthian Empire sat squarely between them. The Parthians acted as heavily armed middlemen who strictly controlled the overland trade routes, making sure the two empires never spoke directly. They taxed the silk heavily, driving up the prices and keeping the profits for themselves. This long political silence was unexpectedly broken in the year 166. The official historical records of the Han Dynasty document a highly unusual event taking place in the imperial capital. A small group of travel-weary foreigners arrived at the court and asked to speak directly with the emperor. These men claimed to be official state diplomats sent by a ruler they called Andun, the king of Rome. Modern historians looking at the timeline identify this ruler as either the emperor Antoninus Pius or his successor Marcus Aurelius. The arrival of an official embassy from the other side of the planet should have been a monumental triumph. The Han court prepared to receive the representatives of a legendary civilization, fully expecting an exchange of grand treasures that reflected the wealth of the Roman state. The actual meeting did not live up to the hype at all. When the time came for the Romans to present their official tribute, the gifts were surprisingly cheap. They offered the Han emperor a collection of elephant ivory, rhinoceros horn, and tortoise shell. The Chinese court historians were deeply unimpressed and immediately suspicious of the entire exchange. They noted in their records that the tribute lacked any precious jewels, unique Roman glassware, or advanced metalwork. The items presented were just standard, everyday trade goods that anyone could buy in the local markets of Southeast Asia. Furthermore, these visitors did not arrive by marching across the traditional overland Silk Road. They arrived by sea, traveling up the coast through a province located in modern-day northern Vietnam. The complete lack of lavish gifts and the highly unconventional travel route cast a heavy shadow over the entire operation. When researchers look at the Roman side of history to verify this event, the mystery deepens significantly. The Roman Senate and the imperial administrators were obsessive record keepers. If the emperor had authorized and funded an official diplomatic mission to travel across the globe to China, there would be a massive paper trail left behind in the capital. We would have surviving financial ledgers, military escort assignments, and copies of the formal letters of introduction. Yet the Roman archives contain absolutely zero mention of this journey. This total absence of Western documentation strongly suggests that the men standing in the Chinese court were not official state envoys at all. This massive diplomatic void forces historians to look at the harsh economic reality of ancient global trade to figure out the true identities of these travelers. The most heavily supported theory points toward a massive, highly calculated bluff. The Roman demand for Chinese silk was draining the imperial treasury, and the Parthian middlemen were heavily taxing every single caravan that crossed their territory. Silk was essentially worth its weight in gold in the Roman capital, worn primarily by senators and the absolute wealthiest families. A group of ambitious, rogue Roman merchants likely decided to bypass the Parthian monopoly entirely to secure this incredibly valuable fabric. They booked passage on cargo ships sailing down the Red Sea, crossed the Indian Ocean using the seasonal monsoon winds, and navigated the dangerous waters of Southeast Asia. It was a staggering journey that would have taken well over a year to complete, dealing with entirely unknown waters and foreign ports. By the time they finally reached the southern borders of the Han Empire, they had likely run out of their original funds or lost their initial cargo to unpredictable storms. This forced them to purchase standard ivory and rhino horn along the local coasts just to have a physical gift to offer. To secure a highly restricted audience with the Chinese emperor and establish direct, untaxed trade agreements, these merchants simply lied about who they were. They elevated themselves from private maritime traders to official state ambassadors, using the name of their emperor to gain access to the highest levels of the Han government. Physical evidence recovered from archaeological digs in Vietnam, including Roman gold medallions and glass vessels, proves that Mediterranean merchants were indeed operating at the extreme edges of the Pacific Ocean during this exact time frame. The Chinese court recorded the interaction exactly as it happened. They documented their intense skepticism regarding the cheap tribute and the strange travel routes without ever realizing they were being conned. They preserved the details of this bizarre meeting, leaving modern historians with a fascinating record of international diplomacy. It stands as the first documented direct contact between Rome and China. The encounter was defined by the sheer audacity of a few ambitious merchants willing to cross the ancient world to secure a better deal. The Nile River was the literal lifeblood of the ancient Mediterranean world. For centuries, the smartest geographers in Greece and Rome tried to figure out exactly where all that water came from. The mainstream narrative always claimed the deep African interior was an impenetrable barrier that completely blocked any ancient exploration. Traditional experts like Zahi Hawass often point to the borders of the Egyptian domain, drawing a hard line and stating that Roman influence simply stopped in the sand. But when you look at the physical military logs from the 1st century, the experts' maps are completely wrong. During the 60s AD, the Emperor Nero authorized a mission that shattered the known boundaries of the Roman world by sending elite soldiers straight south into the unmapped heart of the continent. Nero did not send a group of academic scholars or standard map makers to trace the river. he dispatched a specialized unit of Praetorian guards, the highly trained and heavily armed bodyguards of the emperor himself. Deploying your most elite personal killers to conduct a geographical survey is a bizarre strategic choice. The math simply doesn't add up, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to send the ancient equivalent of a modern special forces team to survey a public park. The sheer cost and the massive logistical footprint of moving a Praetorian detachment thousands of miles away from the capital suggests a much darker motive. They were not looking for a water source, but rather conducting deep military reconnaissance. Picture the logistics of moving heavily armored troops across the punishing landscape of ancient Sudan. They had to travel far beyond the southern borders of Roman Egypt, navigating a massive river system that grew wilder and more treacherous with every mile. They eventually entered the territory of the Kingdom of Kush, a powerful civilization centered around the wealthy city of Meroe. The local rulers actually granted the Roman soldiers safe passage and provided them with a military escort to continue their journey south. Imagine seeing this for the first time, walking alongside a foreign army as the familiar desert shifted into a dense and humid jungle environment. The Roman guards marched past the known trading posts and completely off the edge of the civilized map. The expedition eventually hit a geographical wall that no traditional army could march through. They reached a massive floating swamp in modern South Sudan known as the Sud. This is one of the largest wetlands on Earth, a sprawling maze of thick papyrus reeds, stagnant water, and highly aggressive wildlife. For reference, modern tracked vehicles sink and fail entirely in these exact same wetlands today, while modern survey teams rely heavily on helicopters just to get across the muck. The Roman soldiers attempted to navigate this nightmare environment in small wooden canoes, pushing their way through channels that shifted and closed overnight. They documented a harsh, suffocating landscape, where the plants grew so thick they completely choked the river waterways. The physical progression of the Praetorian guards through the Sud represents the absolute, extreme limit of Roman logistics. They were completely cut off from their supply lines, surviving on whatever rations they could carry while hacking their way through dense vegetation. The heat was relentless, the insects were blinding, and the water was teeming with massive crocodiles and hippos that regularly attacked their fragile boats. Despite these brutal conditions, they recorded seeing a massive waterfall further south, an observation that proves they made it incredibly far into the African interior. The environment finally forced them to turn back when the river became too shallow and tangled for their canoes to pass. They survived the grueling journey back to Rome and handed their detailed geographical reports directly to Nero. They told the emperor that the swamp was simply too massive to conquer, and that the true source of the Nile remained hidden somewhere beyond the floating reeds. However, the timing of this deep jungle expedition raises a massive red flag for military historians. Shortly after the Praetorian guards returned with their detailed reports on the terrain and the Kingdom of Kush, Nero began amassing a huge army in Egypt. He ordered specific veteran legions to march to the southern border and started stockpiling massive amounts of weapons and grain. Surely these couldn't all be a coincidence, right? The geographical survey was almost certainly an undercover scouting mission designed to prepare for a full-scale imperial invasion. Nero wanted to annex the wealthy Kingdom of Kush and push the borders of the Roman Empire deeper into Africa than anyone had ever attempted. The Praetorian guards were simply mapping the invasion route and testing the logistical limits of the terrain. But that massive invasion never actually happened. In the year 68 AD, the Roman political system collapsed into a state of total rebellion against the emperor. Facing immediate arrest and execution by his own government, Nero committed suicide in a villa located just outside the capital. The massive army waiting in Egypt was quickly reassigned to deal with the resulting civil war, completely abandoning the plans for the southern campaign. The highly detailed maps and the logistical reports brought back from the Sud were archived in the capital and eventually lost to time. The Roman military machine never pushed that far south again, leaving the deep African interior completely alone for centuries. We will never know if the legions could have successfully navigated the swamps to conquer the lands beyond the kingdom of Kush. And so, the incredible journey of the Praetorian Guards was reduced to a minor footnote in the imperial records. In the year 14 AD, the Roman Empire faced its very first transition of power after the death of its founder, Augustus. The mainstream narrative usually paints this as a smooth and peaceful handover to his stepson Tiberius, heavily backed by the Senate and the military. Experts often point to the official statues and state-approved biographies to show a perfectly unified government, much like how figures like Zahi Hawass defend the traditional timelines of ancient monuments. The math simply doesn't add up when you look at the reality of the imperial bloodline and the intense paranoia gripping the capital. There was a massive loose end named Agrippa Posthumus, the last surviving biological grandson of Augustus, who held a much stronger natural claim to the throne than Tiberius ever could. Agrippa was a physical powerhouse, but he had a reputation for being politically difficult, prone to outbursts, and fiercely independent. To remove him from the board without causing a public scandal, Augustus had him banished to Planasia, a flat rock of an island off the coast of Italy. Picture the extreme isolation of being trapped on a tiny landmass, surrounded entirely by elite military guards, specifically chosen to keep you away from Rome. For reference, modern maximum security prisons rely on motion sensors, reinforced steel, and constant video surveillance to keep high-value inmates completely isolated from the outside world. The early imperial family had to rely on a highly paranoid network of remote architectural security and extreme human surveillance to ensure Agrippa could not communicate with any potential allies. The moment Augustus died, a highly coordinated state-sponsored black operation went into motion. Before the Roman public even fully processed the passing of their first emperor, a military centurion landed on the rocky shores of Planasia to execute Agrippa. Imagine a lone military galley cutting through the Mediterranean at night, carrying a single assassin tasked with altering the course of Western history. The historical accounts describe a brutal physical struggle, noting that the young heir fought back fiercely before finally being overpowered by the seasoned soldier. The young man was struck down in his place of exile, permanently removing the most legitimate biological heir from the complicated political chessboard of Rome. When the centurion returned to Rome and reported the successful kill to the new emperor Tiberius, the political response created a massive historical void. Tiberius publicly denied giving the order, claiming he knew absolutely nothing about the assassination and acting shocked by the news. He suggested his elderly mother Livia might have secretly issued the command to protect his new position, creating a convenient vacuum of accountability right at the heart of the new government. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever for a mid-ranking soldier to execute the highest-profile prisoner in the empire without direct, written authorization from the absolute top of the command chain. Tiberius even threatened to bring the centurion before the Senate for a public trial, an event that conveniently never materialized. The early Roman elite had successfully executed a flawless cover-up, eliminating the primary biological threat and leaving zero paper trail for the Senate to investigate. This execution solved the immediate problem of succession, but it exposed a massive flaw in how ancient societies handled identity and secure information. Unlike today, where photographic evidence and digital records can instantly verify a high-profile death, the Roman public had to rely entirely on rumors and official state announcements. A few years after the assassination, a man named Clemens suddenly appeared in the provinces claiming to be Agrippa Posthumus. He was originally a slave belonging to the murdered heir, and he happened to bear a striking physical resemblance to his former master. Clemens capitalized on the deep public hatred of Tiberius and the severe lack of visual confirmation regarding the execution on Planasia. He traveled carefully through the rural towns, keeping his face partially hidden and letting the local gossip spread the incredible story of his supposed survival. He began drawing massive crowds, gathering political support, and slowly building a rogue army as he marched toward the capital. The Roman state was suddenly facing a major uprising, led by a ghost, threatening to unravel the carefully constructed transition of power. Tiberius could not simply march a legion out to crush him, because deploying the military against a man the public believed was the true heir would spark a massive civil war. He had to rely on another covert operation, sending trusted agents to infiltrate the inner circle of Clemens and kidnap him in the dead of night. The emperor's men managed to isolate the impostor, binding and gagging him before hauling him back to Rome for a secret execution deep inside the palace. The threat of the stolen identity was permanently ended in the shadows, but if a simple slave could exploit the lack of physical evidence to almost overthrow the Roman government, what other ancient rulers managed to fake their own deaths and completely vanish from the historical record? We usually picture ancient Roman ruins sitting under the dry dirt or buried beneath layers of ancient stone. The mainstream narrative teaches us that the best archaeological sites are found on solid ground, giving us a very terrestrial view of history. That perspective completely ignores the Bay of Naples, where the ultimate playground of the Roman elite sits perfectly preserved underwater. During the height of the Republic and the Empire, the coastal town of Baiae was the most exclusive destination in the ancient world. It was a sprawling resort city built strictly for extreme luxury and favored by powerful rulers like Julius Caesar and the Emperor Hadrian. Picture the logistics of managing a bustling coastal city where the entire population consists of wealthy politicians demanding constant high-end entertainment. Baiae was famous for its natural thermal springs, which were heated by the intense volcanic activity hidden deep in the region. Roman builders used this endless geothermal energy to construct massive bathhouses and sprawling cliffside villas that cascaded right down to the waterfront. Imagine seeing this for the first time, walking through massive marble halls heated entirely by the earth itself, surrounded by elaborate statues and private boat docks. The builders constructed elaborate dining rooms in caves and engineered massive concrete domes that rivaled the public architecture back in the capital. Constructing a resort on this scale, right on the edge of the ocean, was a massive physical undertaking. For reference, modern coastal developers constantly struggle to maintain standard concrete seawalls against the daily tide, yet the Romans built entire palace complexes straight into the surf. The architecture of Baiae included structures like the Temple of Mercury, which was actually a massive thermal bath featuring a heavy concrete dome with a central opening at the top. This specific design predated the famous Pantheon in Rome and required a highly sophisticated understanding of load-bearing geometry and water-resistant materials. When discussing how these ocean estates were built, we often ground the mystery in the failure of modern experiments, like the difficulty of pouring marine concrete today that can survive thousands of years of saltwater erosion. The Romans used their unique mixture of volcanic ash and lime to build thick piers and foundations that cured perfectly underwater. They essentially created a highly artificial landscape of manicured gardens, fish ponds, and heated pools that extended far out from the natural shoreline. To supply these massive thermal complexes with fresh drinking water, the engineers had to connect the resort to the Aqua Augusta. This was one of the longest and most complex aqueduct systems in the ancient world, stretching for over 80 miles across the rugged Italian terrain. It required incredibly precise mathematical gradients to keep the water flowing continuously from the distant mountain springs all the way down to the coastal villas. Tapping into a regional water grid of this magnitude simply to supply a vacation town demonstrates the sheer economic power concentrated in Baiae. The aqueduct fed vast underground cisterns carved directly into the volcanic rock, making sure the elite residents never experienced a shortage of fresh water during the hot Mediterranean summers. The resort was not just a place to relax in the hot springs, as it functioned as the absolute center of Roman political scheming and high society scandals. The famous Roman orator Cicero described Baiae as a den of vice, complaining heavily about the endless beach parties and the lavish feasts. The Emperor Claudius maintained a massive villa here, featuring a sunken dining room completely surrounded by water and statues where guests could eat while floating on cushioned barges. The Emperor Nero also spent huge amounts of time in Baiae and famously orchestrated a plot to assassinate his own mother using a collapsible boat in the bay. The sheer concentration of wealth in this single resort meant that the future of the entire Mediterranean was often decided in the private bathhouses of the Campanian coast. The very thing that made Baiae so attractive is exactly what caused its ultimate downfall. The city was built directly over the Campi Flegrae, a massive supervolcano hidden entirely beneath the Bay of Naples. The earth crust here is subject to a highly unusual geological process called bradyseism, which involves the slow raising and lowering of the ground level caused by the filling and emptying of deep underground magma chambers. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to invest the vast wealth of the empire into a city built on top of a shifting crust. The math simply doesn't add up when you consider the long-term stability of the imperial real estate. They essentially built the most expensive neighborhood on Earth on top of a geological balloon that was slowly deflating over time. Unlike the nearby city of Pompeii, which was destroyed in hours by a sudden volcanic eruption, the death of Baiae was a painfully slow process. Over the course of several centuries during the late Roman period, the underground magma chambers began to compress, and the ground level of the city began to physically drop. The ocean crept higher and higher up the marble steps of the grand villas with each passing generation. The wealthy elite did not flee in a sudden panic, but rather slowly abandoned their sinking estates as the sea simply claimed the lower floors. The residents pulled down their expensive artwork and moved further inland, leaving the heavy stone architecture behind to be swallowed by the bay. Surely these highly educated engineers couldn't all be completely unaware of the changing sea level over time, right? Because the sinking was so gradual, the ocean acted as a perfect preservative for the urban layout. The water covered the intricate black and white mosaic floors and the paved streets without smashing them to pieces like a tidal wave would. Today, scuba divers can swim down through the clear blue water of the bay and float directly over the ruins of imperial dining rooms. You can see the distinct outlines of the bathhouses and the perfectly intact foundations of the grand villas stretching out across the seafloor. Marine life has taken over the statues and the columns, turning the once busy resort into a sprawling artificial reef. The scale of the submerged city is absolutely massive, covering hundreds of acres of the ocean floor just a few dozen feet below the surface. Finding exactly where the most important buildings are located is a massive challenge for modern marine archaeologists today. The water heavily obscures the grand layout, and dense layers of marine silt cover thousands of artifacts still waiting to be discovered in the mud. The famous Villa of the Pisoni is one of the few identified estates, revealing sprawling courtyards and intricate thermal plumbing completely submerged in the bay. When researchers try to piece together the exact timeline of the overall abandonment, they run into massive gaps in the historical record. We know the city was still somewhat active in the 4th century, but the exact date the final residents packed up and left remains a mystery. There are entire neighborhoods of Baiae that have never been fully mapped or excavated by modern divers. The sprawling estates of some of the most famous figures in Roman history are still resting in the dark, with their specific locations lost to the shifting tides and the encroaching sand. In the year 79 AD, the wealthy seaside community of Herculaneum sat directly in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. The town was a vibrant hub for the Roman elite, featuring sprawling luxury estates, grand public basilicas, and intricate bathhouses looking out over the clear waters of the Bay of Naples. It was a place defined by vibrantly painted frescoes, sprawling mosaic floors, and highly engineered plumbing systems feeding private fountains. When the mountain first exploded, the massive column of ash and debris was blown in the opposite direction by the prevailing winds. The residents of Herculaneum experienced a terrifying display of raw geological power, but initially avoided the heavy barrage of falling pumice that plagued the surrounding region. Picture standing on a beautiful Mediterranean coastline, while the earth shakes violently beneath your feet, and a massive dark cloud blocks out the sun just a few miles away. The initial feeling of safety quickly evaporated as frequent earthquakes rattled the heavy brick architecture, and the sheer noise of the eruption grew deafening. The local authorities organized a full evacuation of the urban center, directing the civilian population to abandon their homes and move down the steep stone staircases toward the waterfront. The town featured a massive, heavy seawall designed to protect the lower levels from the harsh winter tides and brutal ocean storms. Built directly into this wall were a series of thick stone arches or boathouses that normally held fishing vessels and heavy maritime equipment. The terrified crowd packed into these damp chambers, carrying their silver coins, heavy gold bracelets, and whatever small valuables they could grab before fleeing the crumbling streets above. They huddled together in the dark arches, following instructions to wait for a massive naval rescue operation coordinated across the bay. The Roman fleet was stationed at Misenum, under the command of Pliny the Elder, who had ordered his heavy wooden warships into the churning water to save the stranded coastal populations. Organizing a maritime rescue of that magnitude today requires digital radar, satellite navigation, and motorized Coast Guard cutters. The Roman sailors had to rely entirely on banks of wooden oars and canvas sails while navigating rough seas and fighting against highly unfavorable winds. The heavy ships struggled to approach the shallow Campanian coast as the water filled with floating volcanic debris and the air grew thick with toxic fumes. As the terrified families waited inside the boathouses, the geological situation towering above them critically destabilized. The massive column of ash and superheated rock blasting out of Vesuvius suddenly lost its upward momentum and collapsed back down onto the slopes. This collapse created a devastating phenomenon known as a pyroclastic surge. It is essentially a superheated avalanche of toxic gas and heavy rock moving down the natural ravines of the mountain at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. The surge hit the town of Herculaneum with the force of a massive hurricane, instantly flattening brick buildings and snapping thick timber beams before rolling over the cliff face directly toward the beach. The forensic reality of what happened inside those stone chambers was completely lost to history for nearly 2,000 years. Because early excavators found the upper city streets completely empty of human remains, they assumed the entire population had successfully escaped the disaster by sea. That theory was completely shattered in the 1980s when archaeologists finally dug deep enough to uncover the ancient shoreline. They found the stone boathouses packed tightly with over 300 perfectly preserved skeletons, completely encased in a dense layer of hardened volcanic rock. The excavators had to use specialized tools to carefully chip away the tuff to reveal the massive physical toll of the eruption. The investigation quickly moved from the dirt of the excavation site to the laboratory, where forensic anthropologists began to deeply analyze the bones. They realized right away that the people in the boathouses did not suffocate from toxic gas or get crushed by falling masonry. The skeletal remains showed extreme discoloration and specific cracking patterns that only occur under sudden catastrophic heat. A standard house fire typically burns at around 200 degrees Celsius and takes hours to fully consume a human body. The pyroclastic surge that slammed into the Herculaneum boathouses was carrying intense thermal energy, estimated at roughly 500 degrees Celsius. When a wall of heat that extreme strikes the human body, the biological reaction is immediate and incredibly severe. The soft tissues of the skin and muscle were instantly incinerated before the victims even had a chance to register the pain or physically react to the changing temperature. The rapid influx of heat caused the bodily fluids inside the victims to instantly boil and turn into high-pressure steam. This massive buildup of internal vapor had nowhere to go, resulting in the violent fracturing of their skulls from the inside out. The people taking shelter on the beach were subjected to a level of thermal shock that completely defies ancient comprehension. Recent advancements in mass spectrometry and electron microscopy have provided even more stark details about the final moments inside the arches. Scientists examining the remains found dark reddish residues smeared across the inside of the skull cavities and coating the surrounding volcanic ash. Laboratory tests confirmed that this glassy material was iron and protein originating directly from human blood. The heat was so intense and so sudden that it literally vaporized the brain tissue and baked the residual iron directly into the bone structure. The sheer precision of this modern forensic analysis paints a vivid picture of a geological event operating with terrifying efficiency. The skeletons represent a massive cross-section of an entire Roman community permanently frozen in the exact moment the earth turned against them. The group included wealthy patricians, enslaved workers, pregnant women, and young children, all huddled together in the dark. One famous skeleton discovered in the arches is known simply as the Ring Lady, named for the heavy emerald and ruby rings still adorning her fingers. Another set of remains belongs to a soldier still wearing his military belt and carrying his sword, suggesting the local guard was actively trying to maintain order on the beach. The intense heat of the surge stripped away all of their identifying facial features in a fraction of a second, leaving behind only bone and metal. We do not know their names or the specific Roman families they belonged to before the disaster struck the coast. We only have the physical artifacts they clutched in their hands when the dark cloud rolled over the seawall. The geological debate regarding the exact timing of the eruption focuses heavily on the changing of the seasons and the clothing worn by these victims. Archaeologists excavating the site have found heavy autumn clothing and the remains of seasonal fruits like pomegranates. This physical evidence suggests the eruption actually occurred much later in the year, completely shifting the timeline accepted by classical scholars for centuries. Understanding the exact month is crucial for mapping the wind patterns that initially spared the town from the ashfall and forced the residents down to the lethal shoreline. The volcanic material that buried them acted as a perfect thermal seal, protecting their bones from moisture and decay, so modern science could eventually uncover their story. They remain deeply studied today as a permanent physical record of a massive naval rescue that completely failed. The tragic reality of the boathouses shows a highly organized ancient society completely overwhelmed by the raw power of the earth. But if an entire coastal population can be instantly erased while waiting for the Roman navy, what happened to the rescue ships that were already fighting their way through the churning waters of the bay? By the end of the 2nd century, the Roman Empire was operating at the absolute peak of its power and influence. Emperor Lucius Verus was commanding a massive military campaign in the east to push back the Parthian Empire and secure the wealthy borders of Mesopotamia. His highly trained legions laid siege to the city of Seleucia on the Tigris River, a sprawling urban center filled with hundreds of thousands of civilians. The soldiers eventually breached the walls and ruthlessly sacked the city, seizing massive amounts of gold and exotic trade goods to bring back to the capital. They also unknowingly picked up a microscopic pathogen that would completely derail the long era of stability known as the Pax Romana. Picture standing in the dirt of a sacked city cheering a hard-fought military victory, completely unaware you are breathing in a virus that will soon collapse the very infrastructure you fought to defend. When the victorious legions packed up their camps and began the long march back toward Italy, they acted as a highly efficient delivery system for the disease. The Roman military was famous for its logistical speed and its ability to move tens of thousands of men across continents in a matter of weeks. The soldiers marched directly along the famous paved road networks, stopping at major trading hubs and bustling port cities while passing through massive military forts along the way. Modern health experts tracking global outbreaks usually look at busy international airports as the primary hubs of viral transmission. The ancient Roman road system functioned exactly the same way, essentially weaponizing the empire's own advanced infrastructure against itself to guarantee the rapid spread of the pathogen. The exact origin point of the virus, before it reached the siege camps at Seleucia, remains a massive blank space in the historical record. We do not know if the pathogen incubated in the crowded markets of the Parthian capital, or if it traveled along the Silk Road from trade networks further east. There is no recorded patient zero to help modern scientists track the initial jump from animal to human. The Roman soldiers simply encountered the disease in the chaotic aftermath of the siege and carried it directly into the heart of Europe. The illness hit the marching columns first, dropping hardened legionaries in the dirt before spreading rapidly to the civilian populations in the surrounding provinces. We know the terrifying physical details of this outbreak strictly because of the meticulous notes kept by a prominent Greek physician named Galen. He was living in Rome when the first wave of the disease struck the capital, and he approached the crisis with a highly clinical mindset. He did not blame the sickness on invisible demons or angry gods, instead recording the specific biological progression of the symptoms in his daily patients. Galen documented a horrific sequence of physical decline that started with a severe fever and intense inflammation of the throat. The infected would then suffer from severe stomach issues before developing the terrifying symptom of coughing up dark blood. The most defining characteristic recorded by Galen was the eruption of dark sores covering the entire body of the victim. These sores would blister, turn completely black, and eventually scab over if the patient somehow managed to survive the initial fever. Modern medical experts reviewing his detailed texts strongly suspect the pathogen was an ancient strain of smallpox. The exact physical descriptions match the presentation of a highly contagious disease spread entirely through airborne droplets and direct physical contact. Because the Roman population had absolutely no prior exposure to this specific virus, they possessed zero natural immunity to slow down the transmission rate. The speed of the spread was completely unprecedented in the ancient Mediterranean world. The virus tore through the densely packed apartment buildings of Rome, moving from street to street with terrifying and unchecked momentum. Historical accounts claim the death toll in the capital eventually reached 2,000 people a day, completely overwhelming the local government and the civic sanitation systems. The city simply ran out of space to bury the dead, forcing the administrators to load the bodies onto massive wagons to be dumped in open trenches outside the city walls. The highly organized civic structure of the empire began to physically fracture under the sheer weight of the daily casualties. The outbreak had a devastating impact on the exact military machine that initially brought the disease back from the east. The Roman legions were stationed in crowded forts along the northern borders, creating the perfect environment for an airborne virus to thrive. Entire garrisons were wiped out in a matter of weeks, leaving the heavily fortified frontiers of the Rhine and the Danube completely unguarded. Emperor Marcus Aurelius was forced to recruit gladiators and untrained civilians alongside enslaved workers just to fill the massive gaps in the military ranks. The pathogen achieved what centuries of foreign armies had failed to do by crippling the defensive capabilities of the most powerful military force on Earth. The economic fallout completely mirrored the military collapse as the virus disrupted the vital trade networks connecting the remote provinces. Farming communities were heavily decimated, leaving crops to rot in the fields and triggering severe food shortages across the entire empire. The massive shipping fleets that supplied Rome with grain from Egypt sat completely empty in the harbors because there were no healthy sailors left to crew the vessels. The entire ancient supply chain ground to a halt as towns isolated themselves in a desperate attempt to keep the sickness out. The once bustling commercial hubs of the empire fell completely silent as the population retreated indoors to avoid contact with their neighbors. The virus did not discriminate based on social class or political power, striking the imperial palaces just as hard as the rural slums. Emperor Lucius Verus, the man who co-ruled the empire and commanded the fateful Eastern campaign, suddenly collapsed and died while traveling in northern Italy. His sudden death left Marcus Aurelius to manage the crumbling state and the ongoing border wars completely alone. The historical record suggests Marcus Aurelius himself eventually succumbed to the exact same disease several years later while commanding troops on the northern frontier. Losing two reigning emperors to a single biological agent proves that the extreme wealth and heavy security of the Roman elite offered absolutely no protection against a microscopic enemy. Modern researchers still struggle to fully map the complete genetic profile of the Antonine Plague due to the extreme degradation of ancient DNA. Locating a confirmed victim of the outbreak to extract a viable sample of the virus is incredibly difficult after 2,000 years. The Roman practice of mass cremation during major health crises destroyed the vast majority of the physical evidence needed for advanced laboratory testing. We are largely forced to rely on the clinical observations of a single ancient doctor to understand the mechanics of the deadliest pandemic of classical antiquity. The mid-3rd century was already a breaking point for the Roman world. The state was heavily fractured under the weight of endless civil wars, runaway inflation, and corrupt political leadership. Just as the government was struggling to keep the massive territories together, an entirely new biological threat emerged from the African continent. It began somewhere in Ethiopia, moved steadily down the Nile River into Egypt, and crossed the Mediterranean Sea, hidden deep inside commercial cargo ships. This pathogen did not care about political boundaries or military strength, moving unnoticed across the borders and infiltrating the highly connected ancient trade routes. The sickness hit the busy coastal ports first, before spreading rapidly into the densely populated urban centers of the empire. People living in crowded apartment blocks had absolutely no defense against a highly contagious pathogen moving through the narrow, dirty streets. As the disease moved inland along the paved Roman roads, it left a trail of completely devastated communities in its wake. At the absolute peak of the outbreak, the disease was reportedly killing 5,000 people a single day in the capital city of Rome alone. The civic administrators simply could not keep up with the sheer volume of casualties piling up in the public squares. We know the terrifying specific details of this sickness, largely due to the writings of a highly educated man named Cyprian. He was the bishop of Carthage in North Africa, and he watched his own city get completely decimated by the sudden outbreak. He wrote extensive, detailed letters describing the exact physical toll the disease took on the human body as it tore through the population. His accounts read less like a religious text and far more like a grim medical log detailing a true biological horror. He recorded the progression of the illness with a cold, clinical precision that allows modern doctors to study the ancient pathogen today. Cyprian described a disease that started with a sudden, spiking fever and extreme physical weakness, before rapidly escalating into something much worse. Victims suffered from constant vomiting, severe bowel issues, and a terrifying internal heat that seemed to burn them from the inside out. Imagine seeing this for the first time, walking through a major Roman city filled with people suffering from an intense internal burning that no water could quench. As the virus progressed over a matter of days, the afflicted began bleeding profusely from their eyes, their mouths, and their ears. Blood vessels would suddenly rupture beneath the skin, causing massive internal bleeding and dark, painful bruising across the entire body. The sheer brutality of the symptoms terrified the medical practitioners of the era. They had absolutely no herbal remedies or treatments that could slow the bleeding or drop the sudden fevers. The most chilling symptom recorded by the bishop was the sudden onset of severe gangrene in the extremities of the infected. The pathogen caused the blood flow to the hands and feet to completely stop, leading to rapid tissue death and intense localized pain. Cyprian noted that many survivors of the initial hemorrhagic fever had to have their limbs amputated to stop the putrefaction from spreading further up their arms and legs. Other individuals who miraculously survived the fever were left permanently blind or deaf due to the severe neurological damage caused by the internal bleeding. For reference, modern medical professionals tracking an outbreak with these specific, brutal characteristics do not look at smallpox or standard bacterial infections. Modern epidemiologists reviewing the ancient texts strongly theorize that the plague of Cyprian was actually caused by a highly lethal filovirus. This specific family of viruses includes modern pathogens like Ebola and Marburg, which cause severe hemorrhagic fevers and operate with terrifying speed within human populations. The exact ancient descriptions of bleeding from the eyes and sudden gangrene perfectly match the clinical presentation of these modern microscopic killers. When discussing how we identify ancient diseases, we have to ground the mystery in the failure of modern experiments. It is incredibly difficult to extract the fragile genetic material of an RNA virus from a 2,000-year-old skeleton. Filoviruses do not typically leave lasting physical traces on the bone, and the Roman practice of mass cremation during major health crises destroyed the vast majority of the physical evidence. Scientists cannot simply dig up a grave in Carthage and sequence the DNA of an ancient Ebola-like virus in a modern laboratory. We have to rely almost entirely on the forensic analysis of the recorded symptoms left behind by eyewitnesses. Identifying the disease as a hemorrhagic fever completely changes how historians view the severity of the 3rd century crisis. The virus tore through the Roman population with incredible efficiency and completely disrupted the basic functions of the ancient state. The agricultural workforce was heavily concentrated in crowded rural farming estates, making them incredibly vulnerable to the rapid spread of the airborne droplets or bodily fluids. Picture the logistics of trying to manage an already crumbling empire when the very farmers growing the grain begin to die off in massive numbers. As the farmers died in the fields, the crops were left to rot unharvested, triggering massive food shortages and widespread famine across the Mediterranean basin. The empire relied heavily on a constant, uninterrupted supply of grain from Egypt and North Africa to feed the capital. The sudden collapse of that maritime supply chain starved the city of Rome, leaving the massive shipping fleets sitting completely empty in the harbors. The economic foundation of the state began to crumble as the essential labor force was systematically wiped out by the disease. The military infrastructure suffered an equally devastating blow at the exact moment Rome needed its trained soldiers the most. The mid-3rd century was defined by constant aggressive invasions from Germanic tribes in the north and the rising Sassanid Empire in the east. The legions stationed along the defensive borders were packed tightly into wooden forts. This cramped architecture allowed the hemorrhagic virus to wipe out entire military units in a matter of days. The Roman state found itself completely unable to recruit healthy young men to replace the dead, leaving the heavily fortified frontiers dangerously exposed to enemy incursions. The sheer volume of daily casualties completely overwhelmed the civic sanitation systems of every major city across the provinces. The local authorities rapidly ran out of space in the traditional cemeteries and were forced to resort to massive open grave trenches just to clear the streets of the dead. Fear completely shredded the social fabric of the empire as healthy citizens abandoned their sick family members to avoid contracting the highly contagious disease. People fled the urban centers for the perceived safety of the countryside, unknowingly carrying the virus with them and spreading the infection to completely isolated rural communities. The highly connected nature of the Roman world ensured that nowhere was truly safe from the outbreak. The disease lasted for nearly 2 decades, flaring up in massive, unpredictable waves that repeatedly battered the struggling Roman economy and decimated the military ranks. The plague forced the Roman government to completely decentralize its power and heavily recruit foreign mercenaries to staff the legions just to maintain control over the fractured provinces. When mainstream historians talk about ancient Roman entertainment, they usually focus entirely on the bright sand and the cheering crowds of the Colosseum. The traditional narrative paints a picture of gladiators fighting under the hot Italian sun while the emperor watches from a marble box. That perspective completely ignores the dark, grinding reality of what was actually happening directly beneath the feet of the fighters. When the Emperor Titus officially opened the massive stone arena in the year 80, he unveiled a structure that was essentially a massive kinetic machine. Below the thick wooden floorboards sat an entirely different world defined by narrow brick corridors, heavy wooden gears, and intense physical labor. This hidden underground facility is known as the Hypogeum, and it served as the bustling backstage area for the deadliest shows on Earth. It consisted of a sprawling 2-story network of tunnels and holding cells carved straight into the bedrock of the valley. Picture the logistics of moving hundreds of wild animals and heavily armed fighters through a pitch-black maze without causing a massive traffic jam. For reference, modern theater productions rely on computerized rigging systems, digital headsets, and motorized lifts to move heavy set pieces without the audience noticing. The Roman builders had to achieve that exact same theatrical magic using hundreds of enslaved workers pulling thick hemp ropes in near absolute darkness. The primary goal of this subterranean maze was to provide a jarring element of surprise for the 50,000 spectators sitting above. The architects installed dozens of vertical elevator shafts that connected the lower brick tunnels directly to hinged trapdoors built into the arena floor. Inside these shafts sat heavy wooden cages attached to a highly complex system of pulleys and heavy lead counterweights. To lift a fully grown African lion or a heavily armored fighter up to the surface, teams of workers had to walk in tight circles pushing massive wooden turnstiles. The choreography required to operate these heavy winches simultaneously without jamming the gears relied entirely on precise physical timing. Because the workers down in the basement could not see the violent action happening above them, the floor managers had to rely on a highly developed system of acoustic signals. The roar of the massive crowd made basic verbal communication completely useless in the lower tunnels. The overseers likely used a combination of loud brass horns, rhythmic drum beats, and visual markers to coordinate the sudden appearance of the fighters. When the signal echoed through the brick corridors, the workers threw their weight against the wooden bars. The trapdoors snapped open, and the animals sprang out onto the sand. Imagine seeing this for the first time, watching a ferocious beast materialize out of thin air right in the center of the arena. The animals housed within this underground prison were collected from the absolute furthest edges of the known world. The Roman state spent absolute fortunes transporting exotic beasts like rhinos, elephants, and tigers across the Mediterranean Sea just to feed the endless appetite of the games. Once they arrived at the capital, these highly aggressive animals were forced into cramped holding cells built directly into the thick foundation walls. Managing the feeding schedules and preventing the panicked predators from attacking the enslaved workers required a highly organized and heavily armed staff operating in the dark. The sheer physical effort required to run this massive kinetic labyrinth hour after hour was absolutely staggering. The air in the lower levels was thick with the black smoke of oil lamps, the smell of animal waste, and the heavy breathing of the predators waiting in their narrow cages. Gladiators waiting for their deadly matches had to navigate this chaotic maze of shifting ropes and moving wooden platforms, while the deafening noise of the crowd echoed down through the ceiling. The engineers designed the space for maximum efficiency, ensuring a constant flow of violence could be maintained throughout the entire day without a single pause in the action. While the mechanical elevators are incredibly impressive, the true mystery of the Colosseum lies in its early ability to handle massive volumes of water. During the early years of the arena, the historical records state the building was used to host full-scale naval battles featuring actual floating warships. The engineers somehow figured out a way to rapidly flood the entire arena floor to a depth capable of floating these flat-bottomed vessels. They filled the massive stone basin with enough water to allow hundreds of men to fight to the death on actual wooden decks right in the center of the city. The math simply doesn't add up when you consider the sheer weight of millions of gallons of water pressing against dry masonry. Pumping that much water into a stone basin without completely collapsing the foundation walls required a highly sophisticated understanding of fluid dynamics. When discussing how things were built, we often ground the mystery in the failure of modern experiments, like the extreme difficulty of managing immense hydraulic pressure without using modern structural modeling software. The Roman builders had to calculate exactly how much weight the outer retaining walls could hold before the water pressure blew out the sides of the massive arena. They designed a series of wide lead pipes and highly calibrated sluice gates connected directly to the main aqueducts flowing through the city. Once the bloody naval battle was over, the engineers faced an even bigger logistical hurdle to keep the games running on schedule. They had to drain all of that dirty water out of the arena fast enough to prepare the dry floor for the traditional gladiator matches the very next day. They achieved this by constructing a massive network of sloped drain pipes feeding directly into the main sewer channels of Rome. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever how they could cycle millions of gallons of water in and out of the building overnight without modern industrial pumps. The ability to host naval battles was eventually phased out when the Emperor Domitian ordered the construction of the permanent stone hypogeum. He decided that a complex maze of mechanical elevators was far more entertaining and versatile than the massive aquatic displays favored by his older brother. The builders ripped out the large water pipes and filled the deep basement with the heavy brick walls and stone pillars that tourists still walk through today. The focus of the arena shifted entirely away from fluid dynamics and became heavily obsessed with the extreme logistical timing of the hidden winches. The transition from a flooded basin to a permanent mechanical labyrinth required stripping the arena down to its bare foundations and rebuilding it from scratch. The workers laid down a complex grid of heavy masonry walls that perfectly supported the massive weight of the wooden floor and the thick sand above. This rigid grid system severely restricted the movement of the workers, but provided the necessary structural anchors for the heavy lifting machinery. The massive turnstiles were bolted directly into the stone floors, ensuring the extreme tension of the ropes would not tear the wooden frames apart during a heavy lift. Managing the architecture and the acoustics of such a massive structure required a highly specialized ancient workforce. The engineers who designed the pulley systems and the water gates belonged to a distinct class of highly educated imperial builders who kept their methods tightly guarded. They did not leave behind any written blueprints or mathematical formulas for the complex machinery they installed beneath the sand. We only have the physical grooves worn deep into the stone pillars by the heavy ropes to prove the wooden elevators actually operated exactly as the historians described. Reconstructing the exact mechanics of the hypogeum today involves studying these deep wear marks and the precise layout of the stone foundation blocks. Archaeologists have successfully rebuilt working wooden models of the cages to test how much raw physical power was needed to lift a heavy bear to the surface. These modern experiments prove that the ancient Roman machinery was incredibly efficient, operating on a level of kinetic energy that rivaled the heavy factories of the Industrial Revolution. But if the Roman state could engineer a massive subterranean machine just for entertainment, what kind of hidden technology were they building into their classified military fortresses? Tucked between two rugged mountain ranges in modern-day Lebanon sits the fertile Aquae Valley. This long stretch of agricultural land has served as a busy crossroads for trade routes and marching armies for thousands of years. Right at the center of this valley is the ancient city of Baalbek. Long before the Roman legions marched into the area, it was already a highly active site of worship, dedicated to the Phoenician sky god Baal. When the Roman Empire fully took over the region in the 1st century BC, the political elite decided to completely transform the local sanctuary. They wanted to build one of the largest religious complexes ever constructed to project their absolute dominance over the eastern provinces. They renamed the site Heliopolis and started a massive building project that would take over 2 centuries to complete. The absolute centerpiece of this ambitious expansion was the Temple of Jupiter. The Romans were highly experienced builders who regularly moved massive granite obelisks from Egypt and shipped heavy marble columns across the sea. The Temple of Jupiter required a completely different scale of engineering that tested the very limits of their supply lines. The sheer size of the planned temple meant the architects needed a massive retaining wall to create a perfectly level foundation platform. The builders had to raise the ground level significantly to ensure the heavy stone columns of the temple would physically dominate the surrounding landscape. As you walk around the surviving ruins of this outer wall today, the lower layers of stone look exactly like standard Roman civic architecture. As your eyes move upward along the retaining wall, the scale of the masonry abruptly shifts. Resting roughly 20 feet above the ground are 3 solid blocks of limestone, so massive they completely disrupt our understanding of ancient construction. These 3 stones are known collectively as the trilithon. Each of these 3 blocks is roughly 62 feet long, 14 feet high, and 12 feet deep. When you calculate the physical volume of the local limestone, the weight of a single block comes out to approximately 800 tons. To put that staggering number into perspective, a fully loaded modern commercial airliner weighs around 400 tons. The ancient builders successfully quarried and elevated the equivalent weight of 2 modern jumbo jets just to form a single piece of a retaining wall. The math simply does not add up when you compare this physical reality to the documented lifting capabilities of the Roman engineering corps. Roman construction heavily relied on large, human-powered treadmill cranes. These machines used a highly efficient system of heavy pulleys and thick ropes powered by men walking continuously inside a massive wooden wheel. While these cranes were incredibly effective for building aqueducts and standard temples, they had strict mechanical limits. The heavy lifting capacity of a standard Roman wooden crane maxed out at roughly 15 tons. If the engineers tried to lift a heavier load, the wooden frames and the thick hemp ropes would simply snap under the extreme tension. Elevating an 800-ton block 20 feet into the air would theoretically require an array of over 50 massive wooden cranes working perfectly together. Coordinating that many independent lifting machines in a confined construction site presents a massive logistical nightmare. The physical footprint of 50 treadwheel cranes would leave absolutely no room for the workers to actually maneuver the block into place. Furthermore, if a single rope snapped, or one crew walked slightly faster than the others, the block would suddenly tilt. This would instantly shift the entire 800-ton load unevenly onto the remaining wooden frames. The resulting structural failure would instantly crush the equipment and the workers standing beneath it. Modern construction crews rely on highly specialized tracked industrial cranes powered by massive diesel engines to manage weights of this magnitude. These modern machines utilize heavy hydraulic pistons, high-tensile steel cables, and computerized balancing systems just to lift a fraction of the trilithon's weight. The ancient engineers had to manage extreme material weight without the aid of structural software or heavy steel beams. The massive mechanical gap between a wooden treadmill crane and an 800-ton piece of solid rock forces researchers to look for entirely different methods of ancient construction. The raw physical power required to execute this lift simply did not exist in the standard Roman toolkit. The source of these massive stones provides more physical evidence of the sheer scale of the operation. The limestone quarry sits about half a mile away from the temple site, slightly elevated above the main valley floor. The workers carved the blocks directly out of the bedrock by cutting deep, narrow trenches around the perimeter of the intended stone before wedging it free from the earth. You can still see the distinct chisel marks covering the walls of the quarry today. Getting an 800-ton block out of a pit and moving it across the uneven ground required overcoming massive amounts of physical friction. The heat in the quarry would have been suffocating as hundreds of laborers chipped away at the rock face using simple hand tools. The standard Roman method of moving heavy loads involved placing the stone on heavy wooden sleds and dragging it over a series of rolling wooden logs. The extreme weight of a trilithon block completely changes the physics of this specific transportation method. 800 tons of solid rock pressing down on a wooden sled would instantly crush standard timber rollers straight into the dirt. The engineers had to completely prepare the route from the quarry to the temple by likely laying down a solid paved stone track just to support the moving load. They would have needed thousands of men or hundreds of oxen pulling on thick ropes simultaneously just to inch the massive block forward. Every single foot of progress required immense coordination to ensure the stone did not slip or dig into the earth. Once the blocks finally reached the temple site, the engineers faced the monumental challenge of fitting them together. The stones of the trilithon are perfectly leveled and fitted together with extreme precision. The builders did not use any mortar to bind the stones, relying entirely on the sheer weight and the exact geometry of the cuts to keep the wall stable. Maneuvering an 800-ton block into a perfectly flush alignment with its neighbor requires a level of control that defies basic limits using coarse ropes and wooden levers. The architects had to align the massive stones perfectly on the first try. Pulling a block of that size back out to fix a mistake was entirely out of the question. We know the quarrying process was incredibly difficult because the ancient workers actually left their largest attempts completely unfinished. Still resting in the quarry today is a massive rectangular block known locally as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This single piece of limestone is even larger than the blocks used in the trilithon, weighing an estimated 1,000 tons. It sits at a slight angle, still partially attached to the bedrock at its base. Nearby, modern archaeologists have uncovered an even larger block buried in the dirt, weighing an astonishing 1,600 tons. These abandoned stones offer a stark physical record of an ancient construction crew pushing their mechanical capabilities until the logistics simply broke down. The severe disconnect between the weight of the trilithon and the known limits of Roman engineering has fueled a major historical debate. A growing number of researchers and independent engineers argue that the Romans did not actually carve or move the largest stones at Baalbek. They propose that the original foundation was built thousands of years earlier by a completely unknown and highly advanced civilization. According to this theory, the Romans marched into the Bacchae Valley, found the massive stone platform already sitting there, and simply decided to build their Temple of Jupiter directly on top of it. This theory attempts to explain why the upper levels of the temple feature standard Roman columns, while the massive base consists of stones no Roman crane could handle. Mainstream classical historians strongly dispute the idea of a pre-existing site built by a lost civilization. They argue that the Romans were perfectly capable of scaling up their existing technology to meet extreme architectural demands. They point out that the limestone blocks of the trilithon share similar tooling marks and architectural styling with the Roman masonry sitting directly above them. These historians suggest the Romans simply built massive earth ramps leading right up to the retaining wall. Instead of lifting the blocks vertically with wooden cranes, they slowly dragged the stones up the artificial incline using a highly complex array of ground-based winches. The physical evidence at the site leaves us with a stark architectural reality. The massive blocks of the trilithon rest in the retaining wall, perfectly leveled and fitted together without a single drop of mortar. The exact physics of how they were elevated 20 feet into the air remains a massive blank space in the historical record of ancient construction. The logistics required to move these limestone blocks across the Lebanese valley continue to challenge everything we know about ancient mechanical engineering. Whether a specialized Roman crew utilized a lost method of heavy lifting or an earlier civilization laid the foundation long before the legions arrived, the stones simply remain fixed in place. In the heart of Rome stands a building that completely ignores the standard rules of modern construction. When the Emperor Hadrian ordered the rebuilding of the Pantheon around the year 125 AD, he wanted a massive temple dedicated to all the gods. From the outside, it looks like a standard Greek structure with a large porch supported by heavy granite columns. Stepping through the massive bronze doors reveals an entirely different world that completely ditches the flat roofs and tight pillars of the ancient world. The interior opens up into a massive open room capped by a sprawling concrete dome. For reference, modern architects with access to advanced computer software still view this specific roof as an absolute masterpiece of weight distribution. Supporting a roof of this size requires a foundation built to handle massive amounts of downward pressure. The Roman builders constructed a huge circular brick wall to serve as the main base of the room. These walls are incredibly thick and measure over 20 feet deep at the bottom to make sure the heavy roof does not push the structure outward. They embedded a complex system of brick arches directly into the walls to redirect the heavy weight of the ceiling down into the solid ground. Imagine seeing this construction site for the first time, with thousands of workers hauling heavy stone and mixing ash to build a wall strong enough to hold up an artificial sky. The scale of the brickwork is staggering, but the true mechanical genius happens entirely above the main walls. The dome of the Pantheon spans exactly 142 feet across and remains the largest unreinforced solid concrete dome in the entire world. Modern building codes require thick webs of steel bars to be buried inside concrete structures to stop the material from pulling apart under its own weight. Concrete is incredibly strong when you compress it, but it is notoriously weak when stretched or pulled by heavy loads. The Roman architects managed to cover a massive open space using thousands of tons of concrete without a single piece of steel hidden inside. Modern structural engineers calculate that a dome of this exact size built with standard modern cement would crack and cave in under its own weight. The math simply does not add up when applying standard building rules to this ancient site. The survival of the building relies heavily on the specific chemistry of the ancient Roman materials. The builders used a highly reactive volcanic sand sourced directly from the nearby regions of Italy. When mixed with lime and water, this specific ash triggers a chemical reaction that creates intense heat and forms incredibly strong bonds over time. This unique chemical process allows the concrete to actually grow stronger as it ages and helps it resist microscopic cracks and weather damage. Modern cement begins to break down after a few decades, whereas the concrete forming the Pantheon has held its shape for nearly 2,000 years. The architects understood exactly how to mix this material to create a shell that could survive the heavy rains and hot summers of the capital. Beyond the chemical makeup of the cement, the survival of the structure relies on a highly calculated physical trick. The builders designed a precise system for the rocks mixed directly into the concrete and changed the weight of the material as the dome rose higher. At the lowest levels where the dome meets the thick walls, the concrete is mixed with heavy chunks of travertine and large basalt rocks. As the curve moves upward, the builders completely swapped out the heavy stone for lighter materials like porous tuff and crushed clay brick. When the pour reached the absolute highest sections of the roof, the engineers used ultra-light pumice stone. This specific volcanic rock is so full of air holes that it actually floats in a bucket of water. This clever material grading essentially tricks gravity by keeping the heaviest mass focused strictly at the bottom while severely reducing the weight at the top. The architects managed to cut the overall weight of the dome by a massive amount without altering the outside dimensions or the physical thickness of the curve. They had no access to digital stress testing or structural software to calculate the exact ratios of the stone needed for the span. They had to rely entirely on practical experience and a flawless understanding of their materials to know exactly when to shift from heavy brick to light pumice. If the rock mixture was even slightly off the heavier upper sections, would have caused the entire span to collapse. The builders executed a flawless transition of weight using nothing but physical intuition and careful planning. Right at the center of the dome sits a massive circular opening, measuring exactly 27 feet across. This opening is known as the oculus, and it serves as the only source of natural light for the massive interior space. While it creates a beautiful visual effect as the sun moves across the marble floors, it is actually a vital structural component of the building. Placing a solid cap of concrete at the absolute highest point of the curve would have added an immense amount of dead weight, right where the structure is the most vulnerable. Leaving the center completely open removes that dangerous load entirely and eliminates the extreme tension at the very top. The heavy brick ring surrounding the opening acts as a massive lock that holds the curve in place and distributes the forces evenly down the sides. The builders also manipulated the interior surface of the dome to further reduce the immense pulling forces acting on the concrete. The inside of the curve is covered in 5 distinct rows of recessed square panels known as coffers. These geometric cutouts physically remove a massive amount of concrete from the inner shell of the roof. They strip away heavy mass while keeping the structural ribs fully intact to create a waffle-like grid that provides maximum strength with the absolute minimum amount of material. The Roman engineers essentially hollowed out the ceiling to lighten the load while maintaining the rigid shape needed to span the massive interior void. This design choice beautifully blends the structural requirements of the building with a highly decorative interior finish. To counteract the immense outward pushing forces generated by the heavy concrete, the builders added thick external step rings around the lower base of the dome. These heavy stone rings act as massive external supports and add dead weight directly over the weakest parts of the circular walls. By forcing the downward pressure straight into the massive foundation, they prevented the dome from pushing outward and splitting the building apart. From the outside, the dome looks somewhat flattened because these heavy step rings completely cover the lower portion of the curve. The perfect visual sphere is only visible from the inside, which completely hides the brutal mechanical physics happening on the exterior of the roof. The architects prioritized the interior experience while ensuring the outer shell could handle the massive physical stress. The exact logistical sequence of actually pouring this massive structure remains a highly debated topic among modern architectural historians. To pour a concrete dome, builders must first construct a massive wooden framework to hold the wet mixture in place until it cures. Building a curved wooden scaffold, reaching over 140 feet into the air, requires a staggering amount of timber and extreme structural precision. Picture the logistics of sourcing, cutting and assembling thousands of wooden beams to create a perfect negative mold of a massive dome. The wet concrete had to be hauled up the sides of the building in small baskets and poured continuously in perfectly even horizontal rings. If one side of the wooden formwork was loaded faster than the other, the uneven weight would have warped the timber and destroyed the perfect shape of the sphere. This concrete pouring process had to be executed without any massive delays to ensure the material dried uniformly across the massive surface area. If a section of the pour was allowed to dry before the next layer was added, it would create a cold joint where the two sections fail to properly bond. This creates a highly dangerous weak point in the concrete that could easily crack under the heavy tension of the dome. The Roman labor force had to work in perfectly synchronized shifts, mixing the specific volcanic sand and hauling it up the massive wooden scaffolds day and night. They had to maintain the exact moisture content of the lime and volcanic ash mixture to prevent the concrete from drying too quickly in the hot Italian sun. The sheer coordination required to manage thousands of workers across a sprawling aerial construction site highlights a level of logistical mastery operating strictly on physical labor and ancient timing. Picture a dark, freezing expanse of water nearly a mile wide. Fast-moving currents tear through a deep valley, carrying heavy chunks of melting winter ice and dragging massive, uprooted trees along the muddy bottom. This was the Danube River in the early 2nd century. It was not just a scenic waterway. It was a violent, moving wall of freezing water that served as the ultimate natural border of the Roman world. For generations, the empire stopped right at the muddy banks, looking across at the untamed wilderness of the Carpathian Mountains. The water was simply too deep, and the current too aggressive to maintain a reliable supply line using standard wooden boats. The river acted as a massive physical shield for the kingdom of Dacia, keeping the Roman legions firmly locked out of their wealthy, gold-rich territory. In the year 105 AD, Emperor Trajan decided to completely shatter that natural boundary. He wanted the Dacian gold, and he needed to march tens of thousands of heavily armored soldiers directly across the churning water. To execute this massive invasion, Trajan brought in his chief military architect, a man named Apollodorus of Damascus. Apollodorus was tasked with designing a permanent structure capable of supporting moving legions, heavy cavalry, and massive supply wagons crossing simultaneously. His solution was a bridge stretching almost 4,000 feet from bank to bank. Modern construction crews building a bridge of that incredible length over a major river rely on digital surveying, heavy steel barges, and massive diesel cranes. The Roman builders had to conquer the Danube using nothing but raw timber, stone, and sheer human muscle. The most difficult phase of the entire project was figuring out how to anchor the massive structure to the riverbed. Building solid masonry piers deep underwater in a river known for sudden floods is a massive logistical nightmare. If the workers simply dumped rocks and wet mortar directly into the Danube, the violent current would instantly wash the materials away before they ever had a chance to cure and harden. Apollodorus realized he had to completely separate the riverbed from the rushing water. He needed to give his stonemasons a perfectly dry place to work right in the middle of the raging river. To solve this problem, the engineers constructed massive wooden enclosures known as cofferdams. This required driving thick oak logs deep into the muddy bottom of the Danube to create a tight circular wall that broke the surface of the water. Picture the intense, physical coordination of maneuvering heavy wooden beams out onto small floating barges while fighting the freezing current. The workers had to drop heavy iron weights over and over again to hammer the piles deep into the earth. Once the outer wooden shell was securely in place, they packed the gaps between the logs with thick, heavy clay. This created a highly effective waterproof seal, completely blocking the river from rushing inside the wooden ring. Getting those heavy wooden walls built was only the very first part of a massive mechanical headache. The Roman engineers now had a deep wooden pool sitting right in the middle of the river, completely filled with thousands of gallons of trapped water. Modern construction crews easily solved this exact problem by running heavy diesel pumps day and night to suck the water out of the worksite. The ancient builders had no mechanized pumps at all. They had to rely entirely on highly repetitive physical labor to fight the fluid dynamics of the river. Thousands of workers climbed down into the damp wooden pits, using nothing but simple buckets and hand-cranked wooden screws to physically lift the water over the walls. These devices were essentially large wooden spirals fitted inside hollow cylinders, operated by men constantly turning a heavy crank to draw the water upward. Imagine watching a massive crew of men fighting to empty a deep, muddy hole, while a freezing river rushes violently just inches away on the other side of the timber. The heavy pressure of the Danube constantly pushed against the outside of the wood, threatening to crush the entire structure. The workers had to operate in constant shifts, bailing water day and night without a single pause. Even a minor leak in the clay packing could quickly flood the entire chamber and drown the men working at the very bottom of the riverbed. Once the laborers finally bailed out enough water to reach the solid bedrock beneath the mud, the Roman builders started pouring their highly specialized marine concrete. They mixed reactive volcanic ash with heavy stone aggregate to form massive foundation piers. This specific ancient recipe was designed to cure perfectly in a highly damp environment, growing stronger as it bonded with the moisture. They built 20 of these massive stone pillars across the entire width of the river. These heavy masonry anchors were shaped with pointed edges to cut smoothly through the rushing water and withstand the crushing force of the winter ice flows. Resting squarely on top of these 20 stone piers were sweeping wooden arches that supported a wide, flat roadway. Apollodorus deliberately chose a timber superstructure instead of heavy stone arches to span the massive gaps between the pillars. The wooden design provided a crucial level of flexibility, allowing the heavy military wagons to roll swiftly across the border without putting extreme, rigid stress on the joints. The finished bridge was a total masterpiece of military engineering, standing as the longest arch bridge in the entire world for over 1,000 years. It successfully projected the absolute physical dominance of Roman infrastructure straight into hostile territory. The bridge worked exactly as intended, allowing Trajan to rapidly move his massive armies across the water and completely conquer the Dacian kingdom. The natural shield of the river was broken, and the vast wealth of the Carpathian Mountains flowed directly back into the Roman treasury. However, the very bridge that allowed Rome to expand its borders eventually became a massive security liability. Just a few decades later, the Emperor Hadrian realized that foreign armies could use that exact same wooden roadway to march straight back into Roman territory. To protect the empire from invasion, he ordered the upper wooden arches to be completely dismantled and burned. Hadrian's order left only the massive stone piers, sitting silently in the freezing water. Today, only a few crumbling brick ruins remain on the muddy banks of the river to mark where this massive structure once stood. The deep underwater foundations have slowly washed away over the centuries, largely erasing the physical proof of Apollodorus and his daring design. The river eventually reclaimed its territory, wearing down the heavy stone pillars that once anchored the Roman legions to the northern frontier. Far below the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, just off the western coast of Sicily, lies a massive underwater graveyard. Divers and marine archaeologists Exploring this specific stretch of the ocean floor, do not find the typical ruins of a sunken merchant vessel or a few scattered clay jugs. They find a vast debris field made entirely of heavy military hardware resting untouched in the dark silt. Dozens of massive bronze battering rams lay scattered alongside thousands of terracotta storage jars and heavy lead anchors. The wooden hulls of the warships completely rotted away centuries ago, leaving behind the perfect metallic outline of an entire ancient navy. Mainstream historians usually point to enemy tactics or poor battlefield leadership when explaining the loss of a massive military force, but the physical evidence here tells a much more terrifying story. During the middle of the 3rd century BC, the Roman Republic was strictly a land-based military power. They controlled the Italian peninsula using highly disciplined marching legions and heavy infantry formations. When they entered the First Punic War against the Empire of Carthage, they ran into a massive logistical wall. Carthage was the undisputed master of the Mediterranean Sea, boasting a massive fleet of highly advanced warships known as quinqueremes that easily controlled the trade routes. Rome quickly realized that all the marching infantry in the world meant absolutely nothing if they could not actually cross the water to fight the enemy. They needed a massive navy to compete, but the Republic had absolutely no history of shipbuilding and zero experience in deep water naval warfare. The mainstream narrative claims the Romans simply figured out how to build warships through trial and error over many years. The math simply does not add up when you look at the incredibly short timeline of their sudden naval expansion. The Roman engineers actually caught a massive break when a Carthaginian quinquereme ran aground on the Italian coast during a minor skirmish. Instead of burning the stranded vessel, the Romans dragged it onto the beach and completely dismantled it, piece by interlocking piece. For reference, taking apart a foreign warship and figuring out how to build your own is highly comparable to a modern nation capturing a crashed stealth bomber and trying to perfectly replicate the advanced aerodynamics without any instruction manuals. The Romans did not just want to build one single copy of the captured ship to study. They needed to immediately build an entire fleet of over 100 vessels to challenge the Carthaginian blockades and secure the coast. The sheer logistics of creating a massive naval armada from scratch in a matter of months completely baffles modern maritime historians. To achieve this massive industrial output, the Roman builders essentially invented the concept of the assembly line. They stripped the captured ship down to its base components and used those specific wooden planks as a physical template to mass-produce standardized parts. Managing the massive supply chain required to feed these new shipyards was an absolute nightmare of ancient logistics. Picture the logistics of sourcing thousands of tons of soft pine for the outer hulls and incredibly dense oak for the internal support beams. They marked each newly carved piece of wood with specific Roman numerals to show the laborers exactly how the massive puzzle fit together. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever how an agricultural society completely transformed into an industrial shipbuilding powerhouse in a single season without prior maritime infrastructure. They simply threw an endless supply of cheap physical labor at the problem until the heavy ships began rolling off the beaches. The military leaders trained the new rowing crews on dry land by building massive wooden benches right on the sand. The men practiced rowing in perfect unison while the actual ships were still being nailed together right behind them. This massive state-sponsored effort produced a fully armed and operational fleet faster than Carthage ever thought was physically achievable. The newly built Roman fleet eventually pushed out into the deep water and successfully engaged the Carthaginian navy. They scored several major victories using a new boarding device called the corvus that allowed their heavy infantry to cross over and fight directly on the enemy decks. While they proved they could fight a brutal naval battle, they completely lacked the deep generational knowledge required to read the weather patterns of the open ocean. Carthage knew exactly when the seasonal winds shifted and when it was entirely unsafe to sail near the rocky coastlines. The inexperienced Roman admirals often ignored the local weather signs and aggressively pushed their massive fleets right into the path of severe weather systems. During several different campaigns off the coast of Sicily, The Roman navy was caught out in the open by sudden violent squalls. The massive wooden quinqueremes were highly top-heavy due to the infantry troops on deck, and incredibly difficult to steer in high winds. When the oceans swelled and the dark storm clouds broke, the fleet was physically pushed directly into the jagged coastal rocks. Hundreds of massive Roman warships were shattered into pieces in a matter of hours as the wood splintered against the reefs. The destruction was not caused by enemy fire or brilliant Carthaginian naval tactics. The entire armada was simply swallowed by the sea in a chaotic mess of broken oars and sinking men. The heavy bronze battering rams attached to the front of the ships immediately sank straight to the bottom, while the splintered wood floated away on the violent tide. The exact scale of the human loss during these sudden storms is absolutely staggering to comprehend today. A single quinquereme required a crew of roughly 300 rowers, alongside dozens of heavily armed marines and sailing crew. When a fleet of 200 ships went down in a sudden storm, the Republic lost nearly 100,000 men in a single afternoon. The sheer demographic toll on the Roman population was devastating, as entire generations of young men simply drowned beneath the waves. The government had to constantly draft new citizens and build entirely new fleets from scratch, just to replace the massive numbers lost to the weather. Marine archaeologists use advanced sonar and deep-water submersibles to map these ancient debris fields today. They chart the exact locations of the heavy bronze rams to reconstruct the final chaotic moments of the doomed fleets. Each piece of metal pulled from the mud features specific inscriptions and battle damage that helps researchers piece together the timeline of the First Punic War. The physical evidence proves that Rome ultimately defeated Carthage through sheer industrial stubbornness and a complete willingness to absorb catastrophic losses. But if the Roman Republic could lose entire fleets to the ocean and simply build another one the very next month, how did they maintain the agricultural workforce needed to keep these massive new armies fed? In the late 2nd century BC, the Roman Republic was busy expanding its borders deep into southern Gaul. Around the year 105 BC, a Roman consul named Quintus Servilius Caepio marched his army toward the wealthy settlement of Tolosa. This town was located in modern-day France and was controlled by a powerful Celtic tribe known as the Volcae Tectosages. The town had recently rebelled against Roman rule, and Caepio was sent there to restore order. When the Roman legions arrived, they easily breached the defenses and took control of the area. Caepio quickly realized that Tolosa held a massive secret hidden just outside the main settlement. The Celtic people of this region had a long tradition of offering their massive wealth to their gods. Instead of locking their gold and silver in stone vaults, they threw their physical treasure directly into a series of sacred lakes and deep marshlands. Over several generations, these shallow bodies of water became completely filled with raw bullion and discarded weapons. To the local tribes, this treasure was fiercely protected by a heavy curse, and anyone who touched the metal would suffer a terrible physical fate. Caepio did not care about local superstitions and immediately ordered his soldiers to drain the heavy water out of the sacred lakes. The physical logistics of extracting that much wealth from the mud was a massive undertaking. The Roman soldiers waded into the dark sludge and pulled out thousands of pounds of raw silver and solid gold bars. Historical records estimate the total haul was somewhere around 50,000 massive bars of gold and 10,000 bars of silver. Picture the raw physical weight of that much metal sitting completely exposed on the muddy banks of a drained swamp. It is an overwhelming amount of raw currency that could easily fund entire military campaigns or buy elections back in the capital. Caepio claimed the entire fortune on behalf of the Roman state and began preparing to move the treasure back to Italy. Moving a fortune of that massive size across hostile frontier territory is an absolute logistical nightmare. You cannot simply load tons of solid metal into a few saddlebags and ride away quickly. The Romans had to construct a massive fleet of heavy wooden wagons reinforced to handle the extreme downward pressure of the bullion. They needed hundreds of strong oxen to pull the carts, and a massive contingent of heavily armed guards to protect the convoy from angry local tribes. Caepio ordered the heavily guarded caravan to head south toward the allied port city of Massilia. The plan was to load the gold onto secure ships bound directly for the treasury in Rome. The massive treasure convoy rolled slowly out of Tolosa and began the long journey toward the Mediterranean coast. Somewhere along that rural route, the entire caravan was suddenly ambushed by a massive, unknown force. The attackers completely overwhelmed the Roman guards and slaughtered the men protecting the heavy wagons. When the dust settled, the attackers completely vanished into the surrounding countryside along with every single piece of the Celtic gold and silver. The entire fortune simply disappeared without leaving a single trace or any surviving witnesses to identify the ambushers. When news of the robbery reached the capital, the Roman Senate was completely outraged and highly suspicious of the entire event. The physical reality of the theft makes a random bandit attack highly unlikely. A disorganized group of local rebels would struggle to quickly move dozens of heavy wagons loaded with tons of solid metal away from a major road. A robbery of that massive scale requires extreme logistical planning and a highly secure location to hide the heavy wooden carts. Most ancient historians and modern researchers strongly agree that Caepio orchestrated the entire ambush himself to steal the state funds. To pull off a heist of this massive size, the Roman consul likely hired a private army of foreign mercenaries to attack his own men. By slaughtering the Roman guards, he ensured there were absolutely no witnesses left alive to testify against him back in the capital. The mercenaries then drove the heavy wagons off the main road and delivered the massive fortune to a secure location chosen by Caepio. He used his position of absolute military authority to execute a flawless robbery while blaming the missing gold on unknown tribal raiders. The sheer audacity of stealing an entire national treasury while on active military duty shocked the political elite of Rome. The biggest mystery surrounding the gold of Tolosa is how Caepio actually managed to launder tons of physical metal. Smuggling thousands of gold bars back into Italy without attracting the attention of the state tax collectors is an incredibly difficult task. You have to physically melt down the crude Celtic bullion and restamp it into usable Roman currency before anyone can actually spend it. Shortly after the massive robbery, several of his closest political allies in Rome suddenly began buying massive luxury estates and displaying unexplained vast wealth. It is highly probable that the stolen gold was quietly distributed among powerful senators to buy their political protection and silence. Despite his powerful friends, the Roman state eventually launched a massive formal investigation into the missing treasure. Caepio was brought to trial and charged with embezzlement and extreme military incompetence following a later disastrous defeat against Germanic tribes. He was stripped of his Roman citizenship, heavily fined, and forced to live the rest of his life in absolute exile. The missing treasure was never recovered by the government, and the location of the melted bullion remains a complete mystery to this day. His family line suffered massive political and financial ruin in the following decades, as his heirs struggled to survive in the capital. Imagine the brutal heat of the Syrian desert as the Roman military machine bogged down in the dusty terrain near the city of Edessa. It is the year 260, and the empire is already buckling under the weight of endless civil wars and a collapsing economy. To make matters worse, a terrifying sickness known as the Plague of Cyprian has been tearing through the military camps for years, leaving the soldiers exhausted, sick, and operating far from their supply lines. Emperor Valerian is leading this massive but severely weakened army to defend the eastern borders against a brand new threat. The Sassanid Persian Empire has risen to power under the command of King Shapur I, and they are actively pushing into Roman territory. Valerian is an older, experienced military commander who understands exactly how fragile his position is on the frontier. He knows his legions are simply too sick to fight a prolonged desert campaign against a highly mobile enemy. Instead of retreating to a secure position, he decides to march his 70,000 men directly toward Edessa to relieve the besieged city. It is a massive tactical error that plays perfectly into the hands of the Persian cavalry waiting in the dunes. Shapur I commands a massive force of heavily armored horsemen who are completely adapted to the harsh desert environment. They easily outmaneuver the sluggish Roman infantry and completely surround Valerian outside the city walls before he can set up proper defenses. The details of the actual battle are surprisingly scarce in the historical record because the survivors were largely enslaved. We know the Roman army was completely trapped without access to fresh water or secure supply lines in the intense heat. They suffered a catastrophic defeat, with thousands of legionaries slaughtered by volleys of heavy Persian arrows raining down on their tight formations. Realizing his entire army is about to be annihilated, Valerian decides to personally ride out and negotiate a truce with the Persian king. He likely brings his senior commanders and a heavy tribute of gold to try and buy a safe retreat for his surviving men. Shapur simply accepts the gold, ignores the truce, and takes the Roman emperor completely captive, right there in the sand. This single event sent an unprecedented shockwave across the entire ancient world that completely shattered the illusion of Roman invincibility. A living Roman emperor had just been taken as a prisoner of war by a foreign king during a formal diplomatic meeting. It was an absolute geopolitical nightmare that had never happened in the centuries-long history of the Republic or the Empire. The head of the most powerful state on earth was suddenly stripped of his armor, bound in heavy chains, and dragged away to a foreign capital. The psychological blow to the Roman public was absolutely devastating because it proved the protective aura of the emperor was completely gone. You might expect the Roman government to immediately launch a massive rescue mission or empty the national treasury to pay a ransom. That did not happen at all. Valerian had left his son Gallienus in charge of the western half of the empire back in Rome to manage the local politics. When Gallienus heard the news of his father being dragged away in chains, he essentially did nothing to secure his release. The young ruler was already dealing with massive rebellions and border invasions in Europe, so he simply left his father to his fate in the east. The Roman state machine went into a period of absolute silence regarding the captured emperor and continued to mint coins featuring his face as if he were still safely ruling the eastern provinces. Because the Roman historians were too humiliated to record the gritty details of his captivity, we have to rely heavily on hostile sources. The Persian accounts, and later Christian writers, paint a chilling picture of extreme psychological warfare designed to break the Roman spirit. Shapur I wanted to maximize the humiliation of Rome and broadcast his absolute dominance over the Western Empire to all of his subjects. He commissioned massive rock reliefs cut directly into the cliffs of Nakhchi Rostam in modern-day Iran to permanently document his massive victory. These heavy stone carvings clearly show the Persian king sitting tall on his horse, while the Roman emperor bows in total submission, holding his hands out in a desperate plea for mercy. The written accounts from the era describe a completely degrading daily life for the captured ruler. According to these hostile sources, Shapur refused to keep Valerian in a standard prison cell like a normal, high-ranking political captive. He supposedly used the Roman emperor as a human footstool every single time he wanted to mount his royal horse. Whenever the Persian king went for a ride, the elderly Roman ruler was forced to get down on his hands and knees in the dirt so Shapur could step heavily on his back. Imagine the absolute horror of the Roman prisoners forced to watch their divine leader physically trampled by a foreign king on a daily basis. It was a highly calculated display designed to completely humiliate the captive legions and prove the absolute superiority of the Persian crown. The brutality of the stories only escalates when discussing the ultimate death of the captive emperor. Valerian likely died a few years after his capture from old age, disease, or the harsh physical conditions of his imprisonment. The stories claim that Shapur was not satisfied with simply letting his prized captive pass away quietly in the dark. According to several ancient writers, the Persian king ordered the body of the emperor to be completely flayed right after he died. They carefully removed his skin and dyed it a deep imperial purple using expensive sea snail extract before stuffing the leather completely full of straw. The stuffed skin was then hung from the ceiling of a major Persian temple as a permanent and highly gruesome trophy of war. Modern historians have to carefully separate the brutal realities of ancient warfare from heavy political propaganda when evaluating these wild claims. The stories of the human footstool and the stuffed purple skin come primarily from a Roman Christian writer named Lactantius. Valerian had fiercely persecuted the early Christian church during his reign by confiscating their property and executing their prominent leaders. Lactantius hated the emperor and likely exaggerated the horrific details of his captivity to prove that divine justice was punishing the Roman leader. At the same time, the Persian state definitely wanted to project an image of absolute terror to keep their newly conquered territories fearful and perfectly in line. The exact truth of his captivity lies somewhere completely hidden in the shifting sands of the Iranian plateau. Whether he died quietly in a quiet cell or was literally turned into a decorative piece of leather, the geopolitical damage to Rome was already permanent. The capture of Valerian triggered a massive wave of panic and armed rebellions that physically split the Roman Empire into three separate competing states. The long era of unchecked Roman expansion was completely over, and the Persian Empire firmly established itself as an equal superpower in the East. The surviving Roman soldiers captured alongside Valerian were actually put to hard work, building heavy stone bridges and massive dams deep inside Persian territory. These enslaved engineers essentially used their highly advanced Roman building techniques to enrich the very king who humiliated their emperor. The massive Caesar's Dam still stands in Iran today as a physical reminder of the captured army and their enduring architectural skills. The sheer humiliation of the Edessa campaign forced the Roman military to completely redesign their armor and their cavalry tactics just to survive the next century. They realized their heavy marching infantry was simply far too slow to fight the fast-moving desert empires on their own terrain. But if the physical skin of a Roman emperor was actually preserved in a foreign temple, what happened to it when that specific building finally collapsed into ruin centuries later? Imagine walking through the capital of the Roman Republic long after the sun goes down. In the year 63 BC, Rome was a sprawling maze of wooden apartment buildings and tightly packed markets sitting right on top of each other. There were no street lamps lighting up the dirt alleys, and the local watchmen were completely unequipped to handle any kind of organized violence. It was a city highly vulnerable to coordinated arson and sudden chaos in the dark. In this tense and crowded atmosphere, an ambitious politician named Lucius Sergius Catilina began organizing a massive shadow rebellion right under the noses of the government. He recognized that the Republic was dealing with a severe economic crisis and decided to use that financial desperation to seize total control of the state. Catiline was a charismatic man who came from a very old and highly respected family. Despite his elite background, he found himself drowning in massive political debt after losing several incredibly expensive elections for the highest office in Rome. He realized he was not alone in his financial ruin and began recruiting a highly dangerous mix of angry citizens to form a secret army. He gathered other debt-ridden nobles, bankrupt businessmen, and thousands of disgruntled military veterans who had been left behind by the state. These veterans were highly trained fighters who were struggling to survive on failing dry farms outside the city limits. Catiline promised them all a complete cancellation of their debts and a massive redistribution of wealth if they helped him overthrow the current administration. Organizing a massive citywide rebellion without modern communication is a staggering physical challenge. You cannot simply send a quick message to coordinate thousands of men spread out across different regions of Italy. The conspirators had to rely on a highly vulnerable system of physical couriers carrying wax tablets and parchment letters hidden carefully under their heavy cloaks. They established a massive rebel army stationed north of the capital in Etruria, while a separate group of operatives remained hidden inside Rome itself. The plan was terrifying in its precise coordination and relied heavily on the element of absolute surprise. The urban operatives were tasked with starting massive fires in different districts to create panic and draw the authorities away from the main government buildings. While the city burned, the conspirators planned to assassinate the leading senators right inside their own homes. With the political leadership wiped out and the capital in flames, The hidden army in Etruria would march directly on the gates and seize the city by force. To execute a plan of this magnitude, the conspirators had to stockpile weapons inside the city limits and assign specific targets to different strike teams. For reference, organizing a synchronized attack across multiple city sectors today requires encrypted radios, earpieces, and digital tracking maps. Catiline had to manage this entire operation using whispered conversations in the dark and secret meetings held in the backrooms of wealthy estates. The current leader of the Republic was a man named Marcus Tullius Cicero. He was not a military general, but rather an incredibly gifted speaker and a master of political strategy. He quickly realized that something highly suspicious was happening in the shadows and began building a massive web of spies to track Catiline. Cicero utilized a complex network of informants and bribed servants to penetrate the inner circle of the conspiracy. His most valuable asset was a woman named Fulvia, who was the mistress of one of the lead conspirators. She fed Cicero highly detailed information about the planned assassinations and the hidden weapon caches scattered around the city. Despite having this insider information, Cicero faced a massive legal hurdle in stopping the rebellion. He knew exactly what Catiline was planning, but he lacked the hard physical evidence needed to actually arrest a high-ranking Roman noble. He could not simply execute a political rival based entirely on the rumors provided by spies and anonymous informants. He needed physical proof of treason that the entire Senate could see with their own eyes. The two men engaged in a highly tense game of political espionage right on the Senate floor. Cicero delivered blistering speeches directly accusing Catiline of treason, while the conspirator sat there and calmly denied everything right to his face. The major breakthrough for the state came entirely by accident through a massive diplomatic mistake by the conspirators. A group of foreign diplomats from a Gallic tribe known as the Allobroges were visiting Rome to complain about heavy taxation. The conspirators approached these diplomats and asked them to supply foreign cavalry to the rebel army in exchange for debt relief. The Gauls pretended to agree, but immediately went straight to Cicero and revealed the entire plot. Cicero saw the perfect opportunity to set a massive trap and instructed the Gauls to demand written letters of commitment from the rebel leaders. The conspirators fell for the trap and provided the physical letters stamped with their own personal family seals. Armed with this intelligence, Cicero organized a highly coordinated military sting operation on the Milvian Bridge just outside the city. Under the cover of darkness, his loyal soldiers ambushed the Gallic diplomats as they were leaving Rome and seized the letters. This was a flawless execution of ancient spycraft that provided the state with absolute, undeniable proof of treason. The letters explicitly detailed the plans to burn the city and march a rebel army against the Republic. The very next morning, Cicero presented the sealed documents to the Senate and physically broke them open for everyone to read. The conspirators who had signed the letters were immediately identified and placed under heavy guard. Catiline had already fled the city to join his army in the north before the letters were intercepted on the bridge. Cicero used the overwhelming physical evidence to demand the immediate execution of the conspirators who were caught in the city. The Senate agreed, and the men were strangled in an underground prison without ever receiving a formal public trial. Executing Roman citizens without a trial was a massive violation of ancient law, and it raises serious questions about the entire event. Modern historians often debate how much of the evidence was entirely genuine and how much was potentially fabricated or heavily exaggerated by Cicero. He was a master of political theater, and inflating the threat level perfectly justified his extreme lethal measures to secure the state. The state machinery quickly moved to crush the remaining threat operating outside the capital. The Roman legions marched north and trapped Catiline and his rebel army in the rough mountains of Etruria. The conspirators knew they had absolutely no chance of survival and chose to fight to the bitter end rather than surrender to the state. Catiline fought on the absolute front lines alongside his men and fell in the thick of the battle. The massive urban uprising was completely dismantled before a single fire could be started in the wooden neighborhoods of the capital. High up in the central Apennine mountains of Italy, sits a massive valley that once held the waters of Lake Fucine. Unlike normal bodies of water that naturally feed into flowing rivers, this specific lake had absolutely no geographical outlet. It sat essentially as a massive trapped bowl of water that constantly expanded during heavy spring snowmelts and severe rainstorms. The surrounding shoreline consisted of incredibly fertile soil that was highly prized for farming. The problem was that the unpredictable flooding completely ruined the crops year after year, leaving the local farmers in a state of constant ruin. In the 1st century, Emperor Claudius decided to permanently fix this geographical problem by completely draining the massive lake. He wanted to turn the muddy basin into thousands of acres of highly productive farmland to feed the rapidly growing population of Rome. The only thing standing between the trapped water and the nearest river valley was a massive wall of solid limestone known as Mount Salviano. To drain a lake of that massive size, you cannot simply dig a shallow ditch over the hills. The Roman engineers had to carve a deep drainage tunnel straight through the very heart of the mountain. The planned route stretched for over 3 miles through solid rock and layers of heavy compressed clay. For reference, modern engineering teams cutting a 3-mile tunnel through a mountain use massive rotary boring machines and advanced laser guidance systems. The Roman builders had to execute this massive geographical alteration using nothing but iron pickaxes, heavy chisels, and raw human muscle. Claudius deployed a staggering workforce of 30,000 laborers to the site to begin chipping away at the heavy limestone. This massive labor force was comprised mostly of enslaved men and prisoners of war who were forced to live in sprawling camps built directly on the mountain slopes. The most baffling part of this entire operation is the staggering surveying accuracy required to actually pull it off. If you start digging a tunnel from 2 opposite sides of a mountain, you have to ensure both teams meet perfectly in the middle. A miscalculation of even a few degrees means the 2 tunnels would completely miss each other deep underground. The Roman engineers managed to align their digging teams perfectly in the pitch black without any digital mapping software or modern magnetic compasses. They achieved this by laying out a highly precise string line right over the top of the mountain to mark the exact intended path of the tunnel below. Surveyors used a simple ancient leveling tool called a chorobates to measure the changing elevation of the mountain surface and calculate the exact downward slope needed for the water to flow. Once the path was marked on the surface, the workers started digging dozens of deep vertical shafts straight down into the rock. These shafts were essentially deep square wells, dropped at regular intervals all along the 3-mile route. Dropping a hole straight down through hundreds of feet of solid limestone is a brutal task that takes months of endless chipping in a highly confined space. When a shaft finally reached the correct depth for the tunnel, the workers used a heavy lead weight attached to a string to find the perfect center point. This hanging plumb line dropped all the way from the surface gave the underground diggers a perfectly accurate reference point. It allowed them to check their angles and keep their horizontal digging perfectly on track. With the vertical shafts acting as secure guideposts, the laborers could finally start carving the main horizontal tunnel. They set up dozens of different digging teams operating at the exact same time all along the 3-mile route. Each team worked outward from the bottom of their vertical shaft until they eventually broke through the rock and connected with the neighboring crew. The working conditions down in those dark limestone corridors were absolutely horrific. The air was thick with blinding stone dust, and the black smoke pouring off the burning oil lamps used for basic light. The men worked in constant claustrophobic terror, listening to the heavy mountain creak and groan right above their heads. Digging a 3-mile hole through a mountain creates an unbelievable amount of heavy waste rock that must be removed just to take the next swing. The workers had to physically haul every single piece of broken limestone back to the vertical shafts and winch it up to the surface using simple wooden pulleys. As they dug deeper into the mountain, they constantly hit natural underground springs that threatened to completely flood the unfinished tunnels. They had to use hand-cranked wooden screws and endless bucket lines to bail the freezing water out of the dark shafts just to keep the digging face dry. It is a level of logistical brutality that completely strips away the romantic image of classical ancient architecture. Operating dozens of connected mining shafts at the exact same time creates a massive risk of sudden structural failure. We do not know the exact physical methods the engineers used to prevent the heavy limestone ceiling from collapsing on the workers during the simultaneous excavation. They likely used massive timber supports to hold up the cracked rock, but the intense dampness of the tunnel would have caused the raw wood to rot very quickly. The ancient historians, writing about the project, heavily praised the vision of the emperor, but they completely ignored the daily physical reality of the men swinging the pickaxes. The exact mortality rate of the 30,000 laborers remains entirely unknown to history. We only know that bodies were quickly replaced with fresh workers from the massive camps outside. The massive digging operation took over 11 years of constant grinding labor to finally complete. When the final wall of rock was smashed away, the engineers had successfully created a continuous 3-mile tube straight through the mountain. The finished tunnel featured a very specific downward slope to ensure the water would flow naturally out of the basin using only gravity. Claudius hosted a massive gladiatorial naval battle directly on the lake to celebrate the grand opening of his new drainage system. Thousands of spectators lined the shores to watch the violent spectacle before the water was finally drained. Following the bloody games, the heavy wooden sluice gates were slowly opened to let the lake rush into the dark tunnel. The initial rush of water was so incredibly powerful that it actually ripped away sections of the heavy timber supports and nearly collapsed the main tunnel entrance. The engineers quickly managed to stabilize the flow, and the massive lake slowly began to drain away through the heart of Mount Salviano. The massive engineering project successfully reclaimed a huge amount of rich agricultural land, just as the emperor had initially planned. The physical tunnel remained functional for centuries, before a lack of state maintenance eventually caused it to clog with heavy debris, and the lake slowly returned. The massive underground shafts and the chisel marks left in the stone still exist deep inside the mountain today. They serve as a permanent physical record of an ancient labor force fighting directly against the heavy geology of the earth. Picture standing on a wooden dock on the Red Sea, watching a massive cargo ship disappear over the hazy horizon. It is the 1st century, and this vessel is not carrying heavily armored soldiers to fight a brutal border war. The crew is riding the violent summer monsoon winds directly toward the southwestern coast of India. They are leaving the absolute safety of the empire behind to chase a massive economic payout. The wealthy elite back in the capital are completely addicted to the sharp taste of black pepper and the smooth feel of imported silk. These highly desired luxury items did not grow anywhere near the Mediterranean basin, and acquiring them required a massive global supply chain. Roman merchants loaded heavy wooden ships with chests of gold coins, fragile glass vessels, and fine Italian wine. Picture the logistics of moving thousands of pounds of physical gold across an unpredictable ocean without any modern weather tracking or naval escorts. They traded this physical wealth for massive quantities of spices and precious gems from the Indian subcontinent. It was a highly active, globalized economy, operating long before the modern era ever began. For decades, the experts assumed this ancient trade was just a quick seasonal exchange. The standard theory suggested Roman sailors arrived on the coast, quickly swapped their cargo, and immediately caught the winter winds back to Egypt. Archaeological digs along the eastern coast of India completely shattered that assumption when excavators uncovered an ancient site called Archaeamadu. They found massive amounts of Roman pottery mixed deep into the damp Indian soil. Specifically, they uncovered the famous red clay bowls, known as terra sigillata, alongside physical brick structures that look exactly like standard Mediterranean shipping warehouses. The sheer volume of these artifacts proves this was not just a temporary trading post for passing ships looking to make a quick deal. The physical evidence heavily implies that entire communities of Roman merchants lived permanently on the Indian subcontinent. These foreign traders essentially set up shop thousands of miles away from the familiar streets and the heavy security of Rome. They stayed behind to manage the warehouses, negotiate long-term contracts with local Indian suppliers, and stockpile the pepper harvests for the next sailing season. This creates a massive logistical puzzle when you consider how the Roman state usually operated on the global stage. The empire relied entirely on its massive marching legions to protect its citizens and enforce its laws abroad. These isolated merchants were operating completely outside the protective bubble of the Roman military machine, surviving in a foreign territory without the backing of a heavily armed legion required a completely different kind of diplomacy. The Roman merchants living on the Malabar coast had to rely entirely on the goodwill and the protection of the local Indian kings. Regional rulers from the Chera and Chola dynasties highly welcomed the foreign traders into their vibrant port cities. The constant influx of Roman gold and silver coins made their own local kingdoms incredibly wealthy and powerful. The kings provided the merchants with secure land to build their heavy brick warehouses and guaranteed their physical safety in the bustling harbor towns. The entire relationship was built strictly on mutual economic benefit rather than the typical Roman strategy of military conquest and forced assimilation. It was a rare historical example of peaceful international integration driven entirely by consumer demand. The cultural dynamics of this permanent settlement remain a massive blank space in the historical record today. We do not have written journals from the Roman merchants explaining how they adapted to the intense heat and the local religious customs of ancient India. We do not know if they married into local families or kept strictly to their own Mediterranean neighborhoods near the busy docks. They likely had to learn the local Tamil language just to negotiate the complex spice trades and navigate the daily realities of living in a foreign society. They had to fully integrate into the local economic system to keep the trade routes flowing smoothly year after year. How these localized trade hubs functioned administratively is another major historical unknown that challenges our understanding of the ancient world. The Roman state was highly bureaucratic and constantly tracked the movement, the taxes, and the legal disputes of its citizens. Managing a permanent settlement located a 6-month sea voyage away from the capital requires a level of independence that Rome rarely allowed. For reference, managing a remote corporate branch today requires instant digital communication and daily video check-ins to maintain a working corporate structure. The ancient merchants had to govern themselves and settle massive financial disputes without a Roman magistrate anywhere nearby. The entire system relied heavily on the precise timing of the monsoon winds blowing across the open ocean. The Roman sailors understood exactly when the winds would shift to blow northeast toward India in the summer and reverse back toward Africa in the winter. If a ship missed the narrow window to catch the returning winds, the crew would be stranded in India for an entire year, waiting for the weather to change. This massive weather system dictated the entire rhythm of the ancient global economy and strictly controlled the physical flow of goods. The permanent merchants living at Archimedu served as the vital anchor for this operation by ensuring the warehouses were fully stocked the moment the sails finally appeared. The sheer scale of the wealth flowing through these specific ports was absolutely staggering to the ancient politicians back home. Historical records show the Roman state was bleeding millions of gold and silver coins every single year just to maintain the constant supply of pepper and silk. Ancient writers in Rome frequently complained about this massive economic drain and argued the empire was throwing its physical treasure away to foreign rivals. Despite the loud political complaining, the trade never actually slowed down because the demand for the spices was simply too high. The merchants stationed in India were incredibly successful at keeping the supply lines completely full, regardless of the massive financial cost to the Republic. Today, the ancient port of Archimedu is mostly covered by heavy coastal vegetation and shifting river sands. The original brick warehouses and the busy merchant docks are long gone, leaving only scattered pieces of broken Roman pottery in the dirt. Excavators continue to pull these tiny fragments of red clay out of the earth along the eastern coastline to map the ancient trade network. The physical artifacts left behind by these foreign merchants provide a direct look into a massive supply chain operating entirely on the changing winds of the Indian Ocean. But if a few isolated merchants could secure massive fortunes abroad without military help, what happened when rogue Roman politicians tried to use that same foreign wealth to fund their own private armies back home? The Mediterranean Sea usually follows a very predictable and steady rhythm. For the bustling coastal cities that rely on its waters, it is a familiar presence that dictates the entire flow of the ancient economy. The morning of July 21st in the year 365 began exactly like any other summer day across the Roman Empire. The massive harbor of Alexandria was incredibly busy with everyday activity as workers loaded heavy grain sacks onto wooden merchant ships bound for the capital. The famous lighthouse of Alexandria was guiding fleets into the bay, and merchants were busy negotiating the daily price of wheat and olive oil. The sky was perfectly clear, and the weather gave absolutely no warning of what was coming. Suddenly, the ocean water began to rapidly pull away from the Egyptian shoreline. It moved outwards so fast that fully loaded cargo ships were instantly dropped onto the wet sand of the harbor floor. Hundreds of curious locals actually walked out onto the exposed seabed to look at the stranded fish and the newly revealed landscape. They had no way of knowing that a massive disaster was already heading straight for them. Just minutes before the water retreated from Egypt, a massive fault line ruptured deep beneath the sea. The center of this massive earthquake was located right off the western coast of the island of Crete. Modern researchers studying the fault estimate the quake reached a staggering 8.0 magnitude, or potentially even higher. Earthquakes of this specific scale are devastating even today. They can easily bring down heavy concrete buildings and buckle modern steel bridges. The ancient stone and brick architecture of the Roman towns sitting near the epicenter stood absolutely no chance against the violent shaking. The ground tore apart, and the buildings simply collapsed into rubble within seconds of the initial shock. The fault line did not just shake the ground from side to side during this specific rupture. The sheer physical force of the shifting tectonic plates pushed the Earth violently upward in a massive display of raw planetary power. The entire western half of Crete was suddenly thrust roughly 30 feet completely out of the ocean. The raw power required to lift an entire landmass the size of a small country in a matter of seconds is staggering to comprehend. Ancient ports on the island were instantly left high and dry, with their stone docks sitting completely out of the water. The local fishermen on Crete suddenly found their wooden boats resting on dry rock far above the surf. The harbors they had safely navigated for generations were instantly transformed into steep, unnavigable cliffs. The local geography of the island was completely redrawn before the dust from the falling buildings even had a chance to settle. We know the exact height of this sudden shift because the physical evidence is still plainly visible today. Researchers studying the western coast of Crete point to a distinct band of dead marine life etched directly into the limestone cliffs. This continuous marker, consisting of ancient algae and marine shells, sits exactly 30 feet above the current sea level. It proves the island was violently shoved upward in a single catastrophic event, rather than slowly rising over thousands of years. The sudden upward shift in the ocean floor permanently altered the shape of the island and created a completely new coastline. The Earth simply locked into its new elevated position and never lowered back down. When a massive section of the ocean floor violently thrusts upward, it physically displaces billions of gallons of water all at once. This sudden displacement creates a massive ring of energy traveling outward through the deep ocean. Out in the open water, the wave does not look like a towering wall of surf and is barely noticeable to passing ships. The displaced energy actually travels through the deep water at speeds rivaling a modern commercial airplane. The physical behavior of the water completely changes the exact moment that fast-moving energy hits the shallow coastal shelf surrounding the mainland. As the fast-moving energy hits the shallow water near the coast, it rapidly slows down and begins to physically pile up. The water retreating from the docks of Alexandria was just the ocean pulling back to feed the incoming surge. The displaced water finally returned to the Egyptian shoreline as a towering wall of crushing force. It slammed into the massive city with extreme violence and completely flooded the vibrant residential neighborhoods. The physical force of the water tossed heavy wooden merchant ships right over the thick stone sea walls of the harbor. The heavy cargo ships were carried over the buildings and physically deposited onto the roofs of houses located miles inland. The massive wave did not just hit Egypt. It spread out across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin in a massive arc of destruction. The coastal shores of Libya and Greece were systematically battered by the surging water on the exact same morning. Busy ancient trading hubs filled with heavy brick warehouses and crowded docks were completely wiped off the map in a matter of minutes. The ancient coastal infrastructure was simply no match for the raw power of the sea pushing far inland. The exact death toll of this continent-altering event remains completely unknown to modern historians. We only know that tens of thousands of people drowned across multiple Roman provinces during the initial strike. The Roman state completely lacked the administrative ability to accurately count the dead across such a massive and physically broken area. Entire coastal communities simply vanished into the mud, leaving no local records or surviving magistrates to report the massive losses back to the capital. The long-term economic devastation inflicted on the coastal trade routes was highly severe and lasted for generations. The Mediterranean Sea was the absolute superhighway of the ancient world, connecting the wealthy grain fields of Egypt to the massive population centers in Italy. The tsunami destroyed the primary deepwater ports and physically shattered the cargo fleets needed to keep the empire fed. It took decades for the regional economy to fully recover from the sudden loss of so much shipping infrastructure. The massive influx of ocean water also triggered a severe agricultural crisis that rippled across the eastern provinces. The fertile farming lands of the Nile Delta and the Libyan coast were deeply soaked in heavy salt water. Farmers who had worked the same plots of land for decades suddenly found their soil completely toxic to their traditional crops. The salt baked into the earth under the hot Egyptian sun, turning lush green fields into barren brown dirt. This widespread salt contamination ruined the delicate soil chemistry and completely destroyed the crop yields for several harvesting seasons. The lack of grain triggered widespread food shortages and heavily destabilized an empire already dealing with severe political fracturing. The sudden disaster exposed the deep vulnerability of a highly connected maritime economy facing an unpredictable natural threat. The psychological impact on the Roman public was profound and highly documented by writers living through the era. People genuinely believed the natural world was physically turning against the empire to signal the end of days. Pagan historians blamed the massive disaster on the recent rise of Christianity and the widespread abandonment of the old gods. Christian writers claimed the tsunami was a direct divine punishment meant to wash away the sins of the old pagan world. The earthquake became a shared cultural trauma that heavily influenced the political and religious arguments of the late 4th century. Today, the specific fault line that caused the massive quake remains highly active and deeply studied by modern researchers. They use the physical evidence of the 365 AD event to map the deep fractures in the earth. Understanding the exact limits of Mediterranean fault lines helps researchers calculate the risk to modern coastal cities. The ancient disaster serves as a stark physical reminder of the massive natural forces quietly grinding beneath the seabed. It forces modern researchers to acknowledge that a massive quake of that exact scale will inevitably strike the crowded region again. The physical scars of the massive tsunami are still highly visible on the limestone cliffs of Crete and buried deep in the mud of Alexandria. The event completely rewrote the geography and the economy of the entire Eastern Sea in just a few hours. But if a massive wall of water could completely devastate the coastal cities in a matter of minutes, what kind of disaster would it take to bury an entire civilization deep underground?